This is really fitting music for Taurosaurus. Kaiju. Welcome back. Hello. We might be. Famous catchphrase of mine. I'm gonna try to keep the preamble to a minimum. See if I'm successful in that. Because I want to get back into the game. We are in case 5. And we are maybe fit. I don't know how much is left. It feels like there's a lot left. But I'm gonna give it a shot to try to finish it today. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I really like the changing title screens. It's very fun. And a lot of them are just sort of silly. Hope everyone's doing good. Thanks for tuning in. Hope everyone's doing good. New little ad just dropped. Bar Pump It Up. There's 3 full segments left and them are too long. Okay, well, knock on wood. We'll see. I woke up in a cold sweat and I went, pump it up! And I wrote it down on my phone. Because if I may pat myself on the back, I think that's pretty good pun there. So he's a little pumpkin guy. And I thought about removing Keep It Up, and I was like, well, we got the animated emote slots. Might as well keep them both for the occasion. So enjoy him while he's here until he turns into a pile of mush on the doorstep. Look at him go. He's just a bouncy little pumpkin. But yeah. Adventures in My Office. Yeah. Sometimes it comes to you and you're like, wait. In that case, it was more so the name. I mean, obviously, it was just like, well, what if he was a pumpkin? Anyway, kill the bitrate. Sure thing. Oh, big pumpkin. Thank you, Maury. Look at him go. Look at him stemping. Almost forgot Case 5 exists. This game is like nothing but Case 5s. Because traditionally, it's like the Case 5 is when everything kind of comes together. It's when you have all these big overlapping mysteries. And it's like literally the first case in this game was like a lot. So anyway, ooh, Mooncat. Yeah, Mooncat. Yeah. Anyway, let me try to get back into it. Hope everyone is having a good one though. This game is Case 6, the first game. Yeah, well, and the way that it builds on stuff. I mean, sometimes I think it does cross the threshold of fan service a little bit too much for me. Just the number and frequency of returning characters, I think, is a little bit too much. I kind of like when, you know, when it makes sense. When it's like, oh, you're in the prison. Here's fucking Frank Saw It. That's great. That's a fun surprise. When it's like, oh, we brought back Lotta again. We brought after bringing back Larry and Wendy. And we brought back Penny, and like I don't know. It's not like ruining my experience. It's not negative. It's just kind of like, well, did that need to be a callback? I don't know. I'm just no fun allowed, basically. So yeah, and well, and also that's like one of the things that's I think a pro of a lot of Ace Attorney cases is when I tend to prefer the more bottle episode cases. There's here a bunch of characters. You're in this little environment. Figure out what the hell happened. Once it turns into this big dramatic, which this case is also turning into like every other case in this game. It's like 18 years ago, 12 years ago, there's this other case and it's tied to this case. It's just like, I like that sparingly. My preference is more the focused mysteries. But also I'm a sucker for, here's this locked room mystery. Hey, you solved it. Hey, you know that one unresolved thread that it's just kind of like a weird, what was the deal with that? That's part of this whole other mystery over here. That's like really compelling. But you have to pay that off, and the payoff for that is a big case that kind of has all this interconnecting stuff. So it's like, that's kind of the reasonable assumption to be made when you're like, whoa, with that little tease over there. If there did another spin-off, which character one's focused on? Cooking Mama game where you play as Maya, eat a burger. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't really know. Because I feel like the obvious question before this spin-off existed would have been Miles, but it's like, what would that look like? And the answer is, well, you're not just prosecuting in court. You're kind of going off and doing your own things. Oh, candy corn goals, thank you. Chair spinning simulator, yeah, in VR, you have to spin around in your chair. I mean, Gumshoe, I don't know. Could he, just a game where you're just finding stuff and then give it to other people? I don't know. I don't really have a good answer, because there's a lot of fun side characters, but I'm like, do I want to play a game from their perspective? I don't know. I just kind of, I don't know. I mean, that's also part of the... eventually, once we're done with this, I will play Great Ace Attorney, and I'm very, very curious about that game, because to me, and I'm sure I'm overthinking it, maybe it's much simpler than that, but I'm like, why did... Shu Takumi was like, I'm down to keep doing lawyer murder mysteries, but I'm done with these characters in this time period, in this setting. So I'm like, what does he do in Great Ace that he felt like he couldn't do, or didn't want to do, in this sort of setting? Because if all of it could have been just like swapped to different characters, then it's like, well, why does this exist? It's actually not what happened. I mean, I'm just largely unfamiliar with the timeline, so I don't know. As I understand it, he was working on Leighton crossover, and then they're like, well, we're gonna keep doing these, and then I don't know. They strictly have to make a new franchise. Oh, okay. Well, then then again, I'm overthinking it. Then the answer is just, well, it's whatever the fuck he wanted to do. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. So, the point still remains that, I don't really know if they made, like, a new one. If they made an Ace Attorney 7, like, what would that be? I don't know. I think it's just, if the characters are fun, and the set pieces, the setups are weird, compelling mysteries, like, that's really what you need. So, in terms of spin-off, I'm like, I don't really care. if they made a spin-off with a new character, I'm like, well, as long as it has ridiculous, stupid murder mysteries, like, I'm down. So, I guess the question is then, what kind of twist do you have on top of that? And they found some good ways to do it with Miles, where it feels like, yeah, of course Phoenix doesn't use logic. Of course he's not trying to do mind chess to sort of manipulate a person to get the truth out of them. Not really manipulation, just kind of, you know, maneuvering a conversation. I suppose in a way that's sort of what the Magatama is. It's just like, hey, this thing has a contradiction. It's just kind of in a different presentation. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm just here for the stupidity. I'm just, because it's fun. Post-Revolution Law School, yeah. I want a Civilization-style city builder kind of a game. A 4X strategy game where you're establishing the laws that these countries operate under. So you can make your own Dark Age of the law with the click of a button. There you go. Anyway, but let me get caught up so we can hop back in the game. Do I remember what happened in Case 5 so far? No. There's a monster. There's a kaiju. And there's another case. Case 07, I think is what it was. And presumably we're gonna have to solve... That's why I'm like, I don't know if we're gonna finish the game today. It seems like we're gonna have to solve an old case like Case 3 and then come back to present day. I don't know. Smart and logical deduction speaks to me bumming in it. Yeah, but also having Miles' internal monologue where he's like uncertain of things and kind of stupid in his own way, but then outwardly presenting himself as very competent is very true to his character and makes him more fun than if he was just 100%. You know, there's times where he's on, like, in the games where Miles is the prosecuting attorney that you're kind of going up against. There's so many opportunities where there's so many moments where it's like you're Phoenix and he throws some shit at him. He goes, and he does his like damage taken sprite, and then he goes, oh, but actually I planned for this. Here you go. And you're like, there's like nothing you can do to break through his exterior. And then obviously this is a different version of Miles than that game, but still you have those moments where it's like, but then he's like, oh fuck. instead it's just like scrambling through the evidence, like, what else do I got? Which makes it for a more compelling game because you, the player, are kind of in lockstep with him. But it's fun to, I don't know, be on the other side of the coin in that sense. Steel Samurai retcon is dumb in a fun way. Yeah, Steel Samurai Ninja Gaiden side scroller beat 'em up. That's what I want. Good, 5-6 hours. All right, well in that case, let's get to it. I said, you know, I'm gonna try to be quick. Get back into the game. Between streams, there were some subs and resubs. Sunstern, Incender, Mintleaf Mage, Gam Raided, while I was not streaming. Thanks, Gam. Mewmaster, MRR, it's Joanna Wren. Valkyria with 59 months said, did you know 59 is actually the biggest prime number? It's true. And I wanted to state for the record that was not a prime sub. But thank you. Shan, Isaac, and My Goodness Gravy. Thank you all very much. Hope you're enjoying all the Halloween emotes that are back and returning, and the newest boy, Pump It Up. Again, I can't explain how pleased I am with that name, because I'm like, how, God, am I a genius? I might be. I actually might be. Pump It Up. He's perfect. Look at him. Valkyria, thanks for 59 months. Did you know? Oh, I did read that. Def Figment, thanks for 74. Thanks for the Prime. That's actually a Prime. Smash for 100 bits. My notification said you're on case fave of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Isn't it a bit too soon to say it's your favorite case? Let me know when you reach case 5. Chat, I regret to inform you that in the going live notification, I did indeed accidentally write a typo. So if you want to boo and shame and point and cajole, this is your opportunity to do so. I am indeed a fallible human being, and I typoed. And I'll do it again. Blooper duper, thanks for 69 bits. I don't think I'll stick around because I'm not caught up in the VODs. Hope you enjoy the stream. Hope you enjoy the stream. Halloween Barry in chat. Yo, pump it up. Thought I just read it wrong. No, I had to double check. I did indeed write case fave. Reniner, thanks for 16 months. I tried for several minutes to come up with a good joke pertaining to current happenings of the stream, but I failed in this endeavor. Coke splody. But now there's Coke everywhere and it's sticky. I like Eustace and Verity. They're great. I mean, I enjoyed them and their dynamic from the beginning. In classic Ace Attorney fashion, the more Verity became a roadblock to us learning the truth, the more I was like, actually, fuck this character. But then you learn a little bit more about her. She was more compelling and interesting. So, yeah, really the big shock for me is the complete turnabout with Eustace last case. I was hoping we'd get something like that, but the way that it came about, the execution of it, what they did, what they went with it, was just like zero notes, Ace Attorney peak of the mountain. Just giving him his boost of confidence, his standing up to his dad, like the whole mind chess sequence, it was just like back to back to back to back, banger moment after banger moment. I really enjoyed all that. And like I already enjoyed Eustace for being just kind of a fuck up. But just the whole way that they present it, where you're set up to be like, oh fuck this kid. He thinks he's hot shit when he's wrong about everything. And then you learn he's a nepo baby. You're like, oh, that explains everything. And you're like, oh no, he's a nepo baby. Oh no, the dark side of that idea. And then having payoff for that in the same case was just like all like really, really good. So yeah, Eustace is great. I yelled him for achievement. Yeah, and I do it again. It was funny. Okay, here's my actual deal. Yeah, exactly. Because Verity seems too smart to just be the way that she is for no reason. And she doesn't seem like a blatantly evil person like Excelsius or something like that. So I'm hoping we get more from her this case, because I have lingering questions about that. But I mean, she's intimately tied to this case with her son. I'm still not I mean, like, you could, but she's like 26. Anyway, we'll see. There might be more to it, but anyway, the post-trilogy Takumi games are more reasonable rivals than non-Takumi ones. Post-trilogy Takumi games. Do you just mean the Great Ace Attorney games? The non-Takumi ones would be like 5 and 6 and then Investigations, right? It's supposed to be similar to a Young Miles that's dumb instead. Maybe? I don't really get that vibe. I think it would have been more obvious if they were setting up... I think it would have been more obvious if they're setting up Miles to be like confronting a version of him from the past kind of thing. I don't think they went there, and that could be something that they explored, but I think they decided not to. Just like, that would have to be a very, very competent prosecutor that's very relentless and cold and calculating. And that could be interesting for Miles to be like, you just need to find a boyfriend and you'll calm down. Something like that, but... Clever and Barn. Yeah, that's fair. They're good. Miles isn't a nepo baby. Well, I mean, not in the same way, but his dad was a very successful attorney, and then he like mentored underneath. Yeah, I don't want to say he's like a full-blown nepo baby, but like there's still like an element of, well, he had connections and advantages because of who his dad was, so kinda. Anyway, no, you're such a nothing character. I disagree. I push back very lightly on the notion. I think Noyuta is overhated. That's my apparently hot take. He's not my favorite, but I've said it before, I'll say it again. He just hasn't had a game after that point where he shows up and he's cool. Like, that's all it really is. Every prosecutor is the son of a bitch, and they're super obnoxious, and they show up late, and you're like, it's this guy. Other than Godot. Godot is the exception, where he's just great from moment one throughout the entire game, and he just gets better. Every other prosecutor shows up, and I'm like, fuck this guy. Absolutely fuck him. And then they show up in a different context, and they're better. And Clavier. Okay, Clavier's the other one. Clavier and Godot. Those are and Eustace. Stop it. We have to draw lines. Most prosecutors are obnoxious roadblocks where you're like, do you care about the truth, or do you just care about your fucking kill streak? And then they come around over time. And Noyuta has that moment very late in the game, but we haven't had more of them. So it's fair at that point to be like, well, I feel the same way. But I just think he's overhated. That's all. Except for when Godogos was misogynist. Yeah, well, you know, he's still a villain. Like, you're not supposed to be like, woo, he's the best. He's whatever. Anyway, let's play a video game. Let's get the fuck back in. What the hell was happening? Does anyone remember? We had Monsters Are Real. Monsters Are Real. Verity went on the rooftop, and then the president disappeared, and then it got stepped on by a kaiju. There was a case from 12 years ago that everything's connected to, because of course it is. But I'm thinking about the end of case 4. Case 5, the children was kidnapped. A body was discovered. Lots of milk, a lot of milk, drinking milk in the dump. Eustace dug through the garbage and had a great time. Yeah. That was a mistranslation. Oh, interesting. We arrested a child for stepping on a man. Correct. So, let's get back into it. Turnabout for the ages. Lang interrupted a trial. Yes. You're right. There was a really stupid moment like that. Good. I love hearing the old music. As much as I'm like, I don't like everything being a throwback. Why did all these characters need to come back? They hit me with the GBA crunch, and I'm like, I'm back. I'm back. Could you maybe calm down? Calm down? No way, Jose. Not until y'all come clean. It's for your own good, dang it. Our intrepid reporters refuse to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew. Look, you ladies need to stop harassing these people. We'll have to ask you to. You cops sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let Torosaurus run wild. Yeah. Hoping to hide the fact that they bred this menace themselves, the staff cling desperately to their story. Look, we're really not breeding anything. This is a movie set. Says the gal who told me she done seen Gordy with her own danged eyes. Sure, I saw something, but that doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here. Doesn't it? All right, break it up. Yep. God, we have a whole posse. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. You are not immune to Propagordy. And Sean! Y'all are on the trail of this here monster infestation too, huh? Infestation is... I mean, I guess there are two. There was evidence that Gordy was seen at the crime scene. We're on the trail of a criminal. Lang Z says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. That is to say, a killer's no different from a monster, really. Humans were the monster all along. When did Powers get here? He's working the set. Well, he's in the monster costume. Agent Lang, this is highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene. These people are important witnesses. I need them to be here. Stop it. Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Where do you intend to begin? Let's start by summing up the facts. He got stepped on by a dinosaur and went... President Wang's body was discovered here this morning. We still don't know what that yellow substance is on him. I'm assuming mustard until I hear otherwise. I need to add more sound effects to my soundboard that doesn't make chat fall asleep. That's kind of all I got. That's kind of all I got. He hasn't been seen since the night before last. He hadn't been seen. He slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, if I remember correctly. What about the pipe? I need a different version of the pipe. Maybe the pipe in reverse. Let me get back to that. He was missing for over a day. And the last person to see him alive was you, Judge Gavel, on the roof of the big building. Why is the child upset about that? Why did the two of you arrange to meet? I'm sorry, but I can't say. Not even to defend yourself on an accusation of murder. Why? Why can't you just tell us? The milk is also sweating. Ugh. Bless these artists. You're late. We just started with the video game, so you didn't miss much. We walked up into the crime scene, and we're like, here's what happened. I hate when milk is all sweaty. Please, Judge Gavel, we're trying to help you. Yeah, she can't say because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm gonna prove it. Objection! Nuh-uh, you said yourself that the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Gavel's meeting with the president and then? That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So why don't you tell us exactly how it all went down? Sean Fenn? Me? Oh, he's got the backwards milk. Backwards C. We know you were here on the set last night. You were, Sean? We have testimony from the woman over there and forensic evidence from the footprints that proves it. He's drinking that Clem. I don't care for that. You came back to run your lines, right? What is normally on his milk that has a C? He's drinking that high C ecto cooler. You were spying on me. I'm sorry, I was just making sure you were okay. It was late, I was worried about you. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't need you to worry about me. Lacto cooler? Oh, Sean, that's no way to talk to an adult. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant. Ultra cow. Sorry. I've told you before, I won't have you speaking to people that way. This is a whole new Judge Gavel. It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law. Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must. Get him! We're all just awkwardly standing here for an hour. And I want you to remember that, alright? Can we get on with the investigation now? Oh, of course. Forgive me. I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Gavel, the mother, will take a little getting used to. Are we to understand that you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Lang? I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed. And by who, and I don't care what it takes. I'm gonna find out. It makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. All right, Sean, perhaps you could tell us what happened last night. Fine by me. I've got nothing to hide. That's when 80,000 Cyclops pop up around him. I had a bad day yesterday. Messed up a couple of takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So I thought I'd put in some extra practice. That's what I did. It's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine. Nothing happened. Or did it? You've been rehearsing late at night again? But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel. You called him? Around what time? It must have been 11 p.m. or thereabouts. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night. Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set. Oh, shit. Death penalty. You lied to me? Uh-oh. Sorry. Kaboom. Now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though. Nonetheless, the parents can't help but worry. Her child alone late at night, anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case. But he said nothing happened, right? He did, although I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth. Last night. Had a bad day. Messed up a couple of takes. Hold it! Guilty. A bad day. Could you elaborate a little? I won't have to spell it out for you. It was just bad. What do you think? Did he drink too much milk? How did you... I mean, no, nothing like that. Drink too much milk. Stop. God, stop. It might be more accurate to say his stomach had a bad day. Huh, I thought milk was supposed to be good for your digestion. Shut up, we're done talking about that. The point is I messed up those takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. Hold it! So you wanted to rehearse your lines in preparation for the reshoots. Yeah, I caused enough trouble for everybody messing things up the first time around. I wasn't about to do that again. I'm a pro. One can only admire his dedication and his sense of responsibility to his coworkers. Sean takes his work so seriously, he's a real inspiration to everybody. Even the takes he said he messed up, it wasn't like there was actually a problem. He just wanted to make them as good as they could be. He always says that even a tiny bit better is... Shut up! Why do you always have to say stuff people don't need to hear? Sorry, Sean. He could maybe work on his people skills a little more. Anyway, as I was saying. So I thought I'd put in some extra practice. Hold it! Simple. Sean, about what you just said. How many times have I made you promise? If you're going to rehearse on your own, you have to tell me. I know. Well, that little outburst rather stole my thunder. Let me ask again about what you just said. I think it's pretty cool though, Sean. But more interruptions? It's all the hours of practice to make you the best you can be, little by little by little. I'm the same. I went from small-time thief to average thief. Before I knew it, greatness beckoned. But now that I finally made it, I'm not about to stop doing my best, and neither should you. May I continue? Now, Sean, do you often rehearse alone? Finally, I got my question out without being interrupted. Not like I haven't done it before. It was fine, nothing happened.
Hold it!
Christ, chat. Are you sure about that? I'm not reading chat ever again. What do you mean? Of course I'm sure. It was just a regular evening, nothing out of the ordinary. Huh? A regular evening? How can you say that? Somebody was... Okay, he's just a child. You mustn't be too hard on him. Nothing happened? Really? Nothing to do with the case anyway. At least that's what it sounds like he wants us to believe. But wait! Don't we have some evidence related to what happened last night? We do, and we also don't have time to be humoring the lies of a child. Let's use what we have to point out the contradiction in his testimony. Nothing happened. Was that the tape? He's like, yeah, and then he left. This.
Objection!
If nothing happened, why'd you run away weirdly? He's practicing his instant transmission. Nothing happened? I'm sorry, but you're lying. This proves it beyond a doubt. How did you... That's right, your rehearsal tape. Gad. What, you have video footage from last night? We do, and if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. There's a footprint there already. There is, and I'm not sure that's an everyday sight, even on a film set. Sean, why would you keep this from me? No reason. Liar, that stuff might work on your mommy, kid, but it's not gonna work on me. Why did you hide the tape? Sean, you have to tell us. You? Look, I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing. I don't like it. So you were embarrassed, is that it? Yeah, what's so weird about that? That's why you didn't hand over vital evidence? Sean, how could you? Yeah. Oh, give me a break. You know about it now, don't you? Sure, the footprint was there, but I just ran my lines and went home. That was it. What? And nothing about the giant monster footprint struck you as weird? It's a giant monster footprint. On the set of a giant monster movie. It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here. I don't buy it for a second. Chief, there's something hinky about this kid. Sure as I'm standing right here. Dang Skippy there is. He's hiding a scoop under them there horns, or my name ain't a lot of heart. Yeah, shut up, both of you. I'm done talking.
Objection!
No, you're not. What? The footprint isn't the only strange thing about last night. Other unusual occurrence happened yesterday evening. It was cut sometime last night?
Take that!
I mean, that's normal. It's normal for locks to be cut open. Hinky. Thanks for 50 months, or my name isn't, chat, what's my name? I forgot. Lost shipment rest 100 times. Yeah. Oh, my badge. Definitely my badge. Beryl, Larry, Hinky Kramer. That's the one. Oh, it fell last night.
Take that!
That's more suspicious. There you go. Sean! The model of Taurosaurus's head fell from the roof of that trailer last night. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that? I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? I told you I ran my lines, I went home, that was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Or are you saying you can prove I know something? Sadly not. It's entirely possible the head fell. How are we being outmaneuvered by a child? Prove it! You prove it! Oh, like, just... You don't have to show him evidence. He's a child. It's entirely possible the head fell after Sean left. No proof, huh? This conversation's over. Shit. He is Gavel's son. You know, that is fair. Something tells me he doesn't want to talk about last night any more than necessary. What is he hiding? Yeah, I just don't believe Edgeworth would be like, well, you got me there. Hold it right there. What is it, Lang? So it's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor. This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely. What? There was something else on that tape? Yep. Look closely. See the costume up in the top left? Oh yeah, the Torosaurus suit. Something's different. Do you see it? It's kind of dark. The zipper's open. Is that... Oh, the zipper was open. He's just kind of hanging out, looking a little saggy. And the zipper on his back is done up tight. The zipper... That's... Yeah, I guess you all see it now, right? On the tape, the zipper's wide open. Why? Because somebody's inside the suit. That's why. What? Mr. Powers, that zipper, what can you tell us about it? Well, we always close it up tight when the suit isn't in use. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And do you remember something else I said not so long ago? Let me refresh your memory. What if your friend Gavel pushed the president off the big building night before last and then came down here to the movie set? She hid a dead body inside the monster suit? That seems really difficult to do. A full-sized human body, lift them up, lift their legs in, and put that I don't know. Like, could you hide a body? Yeah. Could you do it by yourself? There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment, you can hide it anywhere. And then come back a day later, last night, in other words, take it out again. And also, it would smell bad. You're saying the body could have been hidden inside the suit? That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Gavel? You pushed the president off the roof just like I said. Then you hid his body inside the costume. I most certainly did not. Yeah, you did. Yeah, Protest all you like. I'm not gonna believe you. You're the only person who could have done this. We are in magical bullshit land. That's a good point. I thought we proved that would have been impossible. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Gavel would have been able to get in here. What if she had an accomplice? What? I got a little theory for you. I think you're gonna like it. The kid let her in? Mother and child? What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off the roof? If the two of them were working together, the problem of the lock goes away. They then work to hide the body together, too, by dragging it over to the Torosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. Wouldn't there be evidence of a body being dragged and where the body hit the ground and all kinds of stuff? You think the murder was really that carefully planned? He was gonna ban milk? Get rid of him. It was the assassination of a world leader. It could only have been carefully planned. To suggest that Sean could have been involved in this is, it's unthinkable. We really need an autopsy report on this body. You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm gonna listen to a word you say? But what about motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wong? Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. She was the last one to meet with him, and she won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious. Even you have to agree with that. Judge Gavel, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details. My apologies, but that is the one thing I cannot do. However, rest assured that should that ever change, you will be the first to know. So please, you have to believe me. Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. What about you, kid? Any weak excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest. I got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent. Both as tight-lipped as each other, huh? But let me guess, you're still gonna try and stick up for them? It's true. Judge Gavel's actions certainly make her seem suspicious. But nothing she has told us amounts to a motive for murder, or even the suggestion of one. No, and like I said, I'm leaving motive aside for now. For the moment, I'm focusing on means and opportunity. And for my money, these two had to be working together for their little plot to succeed. Did I say apologies? I'm allowed to. What if Sean was waiting down here?
Hold it!
If I can say shrimply, I can say apologies. You're seriously suggesting that a child could have been an accomplice in this murder? Look at him, he's still in elementary school. There's no way a kid that young would be involved in something like this. I think I mentioned that he's in junior high, right? Elementary school? No. Junior high? 1,000. Have you met a middle schooler? They're murderous intent incarnate. Lang Z says, pity no wolf, be he cub or grizzled elder. It doesn't matter how young he is. If he's guilty, he's guilty, and he'll be treated as such. Wow, wolf cubs have it hard, huh? I'm surprised at you, Mr. Prosecutor. You're saying he deserves mercy because of his age? Of course not. I'm saying that there's no way he did this, and I'm going to prove it to you. I look forward to it. But be warned, I'm only just getting warmed up. If the two of them working together, problem, the lock goes away.
Hold it!
They're mirroring at a 3rd grade level. Damn. How it goes away? How exactly? Wormed up. I thought you might try this. Both you and I know exactly how. Let me make it nice and simple for you. First, she pushes the president off the roof. Pushes. Okay. Then the kid opens the combination lock because he knows the code. Yep. Kid opens code, knows lock. Gotcha. Okay, the other way around. And that's it. It's that simple. No more lock to worry about. And no more objections about her not being able to get in because she didn't know the code. That would explain away the problem of the lock, it's true. You could also argue that as the mother of the child star of the production, she would probably have special access to the code. If it's like everyone in the cast and crew knows the code to get in, I feel like she would. Or be able to talk to a security guard who would let her in. Because presumably the site would have 24-hour security. Anyway, that would explain away the problems of the lock, it's true. No, Kay just is having solid snake-itis, where you repeat what people say to you and you go, huh. Thank you for your clear and incisive explanation, Agent Lang. 3rd case of Case 5 yet? We are on the 2nd case of Case 5. Well, actually, we're still in the 1st case of Case 5. But we know about the 2nd case of Case 5. Please continue. I will, and hopefully this next part will shut you up. They then work to hide the body together.
Hold it!
They have a combination bike lock. You're true. You know, you don't need security when you got that. Airtight. If the two of them were working together, why would they need to hide the body for a full day? The solid snake method of talking, huh? Well, look at the situation right in front of you. Thanks to that little ruse, we're still puzzling over what they were even up to now. If you let me speak, I can clear up all of this whole mess once and for all. Ready? Good. So like I was saying, they work together to hide the body. By dragging it to Torosaurus and putting it in.
Hold it!
A ruse! The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. You can't say for certain there was a body in there at the time, can you? Maybe not, but we can take a look right now. Let's open up and see what's inside. I put money on us finding proof that it was there. Then why are we talking? Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers? Not at all. Might be a little ripe, though. Gets pretty sweaty in there. Oh, we're actually doing investigation mid-conversation. It's filthy. Where have I seen little particles like that before? Where have I seen little dirty little particles like that? Huh. How does that make sense, though? Huh. It's filthy. Yeah, that's weird. I always clean it out pretty good. If you don't, it can get kind of moldy. In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body. I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. Pectoral imprints. Hey, Tig, we're not that far in. Welcome. He probably would have gotten pretty dirty. Be too flabbergasted to look them. I don't know. Well, everybody happy? The inside of the suit's covered with dirt.
Hold it!
If the dirt's from when the body was hidden inside the suit, we're assuming that it came directly from the body, correct? Well, what are you even talking about? Of course we are. Where else would it have come from? Really is pretty filthy in there, huh? The dirt got everywhere. Especially on the part where the chest would have been. The chest. And that might be an important clue. His theory hangs together pretty well, I have to say. It's certainly the case that they could have carried out the murder if they were working together. I don't think we can stand to gain much by disputing that. What do we do instead? We listen carefully to his testimony once more and see if we can tease out anything of value. Do I just present these? I don't know if that disputes anything. It's just, well, hey, this is relevant. I'm gonna try it.
Objection!
Rad. Real cool Radical Rex. Alright. You can't go against them until you're sure you have something. Alright, oops. Inside suit's covered dirt when the body was in there. He's not covered in dirt.
Objection!
That's pretty, okay, that seems pretty easy, now that you used my brain. Our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body. Would it be safe to say that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty. Yeah, it really is. But look at the victim. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there, as you suggest, his chest would surely be covered in dirt. Yeah, fine. So what's your explanation? How'd all that dirt get inside there? Based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody in the suit at the time. Who was it if it wasn't the president? Come on, Kay, think. Where was it? Is something the matter, Kay? I've seen dirt like that somewhere else, I'm sure of it. I just can't think where. Dirt with weird little gray bits in it. Gray bits. She's right, there is something mixed in there. It was stuck to something else we looked at. Lots of it. Stuck to something we looked at. An item of evidence, maybe. This is one of the items we found have a similar kind of dirt stuck to it. Yeah.
Take that!
As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suits contains small flecks of something gray. And? We discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. You're right, the dirt does look similar, so what? What are you saying this stuff is? What exactly are these gray flecks of yours? I believe the gray flecks are... concrete? Surely they're flecks of concrete? As in concrete evidence? Like all the little broken up bits around the footprint, you mean? Exactly. And who did the gloves on which we found similar dirt and gray flecks belong to? Chairman Winner. We found them in his garage. What the fuck was this dude up to? That's right, we visited the garage at his home earlier today. And we found a pair of mechanics gloves covered in dirt. And if I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel too. Why would a pair of mechanics gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why, because somebody wore them while they used that hammer and shovel. They smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances. You're saying... Yes, that we finally know what these footprints really are. It seems highly likely they were dug by Chairman Winner. But why? Maybe he's just a big fan of the movies. If that's so, tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they possibly serve? Why indeed? He must have been... digging something up or burying something? I guess digging something up, because why would there be multiple spots? But then why are they in that shape? He must have been digging something up. Oh. Excuse me. I'm allergic to what the fuck is happening. I imagine events unfolded something somewhat like this. Oh, it was the MIDI. I see. You gotta look at the MIDI. There was something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side of the entrance and gained access from there. Thank you. He then used the sledgehammer and shovel to dig 3 footprints. Why in that shape? Okay. Small bits of concrete. When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in all the holes. But then Sean must have showed up, right? I think he did. Chairman Winter would have had to find a hiding place, and the Torosaur suit provided just that. Gap. Oh. Or barred yet? Disbarred. You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves? It's good, but it's all just speculation. We don't have any proof he was inside that suit. He could have dug those holes and gotten out of here before the kid even showed up.
Objection!
But he didn't, and there's proof of that right there, in the footage. It shows that Chairman Winter was still present when this recording was made. What? Oh, the bag. It's a shame that Agent Lang didn't notice it himself. If we compare the situation as we see it now to the situation as it appears on Sean's rehearsal tape, and compare that in turn to what we saw in Chairman Winter's garage, the fucking bag, clever, it will become clear the chairman was present. But part of the image,
Take that!
it's pretty cleverly hidden. Look at the bag next to the Torosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winter's garage. The same bag, the dirt on the gloves. That has to indicate a connection, surely. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winter in the suit. With the candlestick. And the president's body can't have been in there. Ayah! It seems I've convinced Agent Lang on the flaws of his theory. Somebody get to Chairman Winter's house right away. We need to know what's in that bag. Yes, sir. Y'all done lost your minds. I can't believe what I'm hearing there. What is this hog swill? This is all we need. Damn right, there's Torosaurus footprints, dang it. Ain't no holes dug up by no old guy. I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that that's exactly what they are. Don't matter to me none what you just done did. I don't believe it, and that's that. I done told y'all I seen that big bad bull with my own 2 eyes. Yeah, I'm just gonna not think about it. The giant eye peering in at the window. I thought we gotten past that nonsense. We ain't about to let that go. What kind of journalists would we be if we did, huh? Responsible ones, but I guess that's the whole problem. Wait, ain't like it was just about the footprints, no how. You were seen fraternizing with one of them there monsters, ain't that correct, young man? By the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken. We're never gonna get anywhere with these two around. Maybe if we could prove to them that wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas? Prove it wasn't a monster? Fine. I don't suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do. Isn't it just the camera crane with a tarp on it? What are you two whispering about? Y'all are hiding something, ain't you? Admit it. Quick, Tabby, roll tape.
Hold it!
Could I politely ask that you both calm down? The monster the boy was seen talking to, we know what it was now. But... That's right. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery. I did. The point at which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. That would have been right when he was making his rehearsal tape. Think she mistook a certain object for the legendary creature of the lake. Your so-called monster is right here in this picture. I don't see no Gordy. There ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. You're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trick photography. There's the camera on the thing. It was Eustace's daddy can morph. You can turn into a worm. That's right, it was a camera crane. And that is what Miss Nichols saw, not Gordy. What? Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint, a viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane. Bull! How the heck would she make a mistake like that, huh?
Objection!
How indeed. Miss Nichols, yes? You told us you think you might need new glasses, didn't you? Yeah, my eyesight got way worse all of a sudden. You should go to the eye doctor. I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy was quite heavily shrouded in darkness. That's right. I only really saw a silhouette. Sonic Worm is the greatest kaiju of our age. You done told us! Skin like an enormous worm. You said, y'all about to try and tell us your precious crane up and grew skin somehow? Ain't even no flesh on them there metal bones, let alone skin. You're entirely correct, of course, about the crane as it was in this particular picture. But it did have a skin of a sort last night. I knew you were a scoop hater, but this is plumb crazy. Scoop hater? I hope that's listed on Miles's Wikipedia page. Known aliases. Scoop hater. You want Tabby and me to starve, is that it? That wasn't my intent at all. But I do think it's time I finally put them both out of their misery. Ooh, a gun. LA Miles hates Katie. No. Gordy's skin's right here in front of us. It was this.
Take that!
Oh my god. Incredibly fallible. Miss Nichols told us that seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end, but I think Sean may have covered the crane with rainproof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Miss Nichols mistook for Gordy's skin. What? What? Ah, heck. Well, Sean, am I mistaken? You see everything, don't you? Gotta say, you're pretty amazing. A compliment from a child. I'm sorry, Miss Hart, but Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. Simply a trick of the light. Swamp gas. And just like that, the dream dies again. The dream doesn't ever was real. I think that may have finally shut them up. I thought the kid was holding out on us, but it seems I could have maybe been a little wrong, maybe. Alright, we know what the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy? Everybody except these two. Agent Lang. The president's autopsy report is out, sir. Oh, sweet. It is. Let me see it. Death was due to full-body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. So we have our cause of death. He was crushed. Just as we thought. Good. Perfect timing. That couldn't have showed up 10 minutes ago. Test results haven't come back from the yellow substance found on his chest. It's mustard. He was eating hot dog. But they did find gunshot residue on his right hand. Gum shop residue? Guess he was a kid at heart, huh? Gunshot residue, okay. It's the substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. Its presence indicates the president may have used a gun. Really? We didn't find a gun anywhere, did we? Indeed not. Which makes the residue something of a riddle. We need to read that report carefully. Well, Agent Lang, that clears one thing up at least. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. He was crushed by the falling Torosaurus head, just as we said he was. Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you were right. Amazing! Does that mean Judge Cavell isn't a suspect anymore either? Surely it must. Both the cause and time of death rule her out. She met with the president the night before last, but the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 p.m. last night. And we know the Torosaurus head fell around then too. The facts line up perfectly. What a relief. Sorry, might be a little too soon to celebrate. What? Sure, I think we can accept that the falling head must have been what killed the president, but that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall or who. We know it happened late last night, so we have to think about who was here at that time. What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean... I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean! Sweaty Milk is at it again. The kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right where the body was found. He saw the footprints, and yet he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened? That's a big ask, surely. We haven't yet established that the footprints had anything to do with the murder. So even if he did see them, it doesn't mean he was involved. Milk can sweat. Maybe not, but his face tells me different. You ever have super hyper condensing milk? Covered in condensation? As does the fact that he's shaking like a leaf. Probably because the police are interrogating him and saying he's guilty of a murder. It does a high profile murder. Does seem like Agent Ling might be onto something, but I don't think Sean's gonna talk. Condensation. Keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking? What are you planning, Agent Lang? The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days. Let's go. Let's enhance. You would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted? You see, we put this tape through an AI upscaler and invented all this extra evidence. It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting to the truth. They're out of sync. They're only out of sync on the chat overlay. Oh wait, are they actually out of sync? Oh, maybe they are slightly out of sync. Shit, I gotta re-render it. Anyway, do you have access to exactly such a device, do you not? Sure do, little V. They tap on the same keyboard. That is one of the best clips from TV of all time. I don't remember what show it was. I've only seen the clip out of context, but two people typing on the keyboard to go faster. That should make this nice and quick. There's one they load and Clyde. I mean, they look synced. Do they get out of sync? No, I'm just staring at them. Yeah, keep posting them. Yeah, keep posting them. Do they get out of sync? They look like they're still in sync. NCIS? Hell yeah. I think they stay in sync. I'd have to stare for like an hour to see. So it's fine. Yeah, pump it up. Pump it up. But yeah, if they're loaded at different times. So if someone posts them at different times, they'll be out of sync. But anyway, they get out of sync on my chat. Okay. I'll have to look at, cause I might have done the wrong timing on it. Anyway, all right, I'll write that down. Check, bump it up. I'll look at it after stream. Alright, good pun, thank you. I woke up in a cold sweat and wrote it down on my phone. It's probably the best thing I've done all year. Might I request it be you who carries out the analysis in question, Mr. Edgeworth? Why me? I fear that Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst. Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but alright. Technology connections are why little guys aren't in sync. Are there new clues to be discovered somewhere in the image data, I wonder? Zoom in. Enhance. Looks about what we expected. Down here, yeah. Well, I've checked everywhere. The way he fucking pops it is so funny. Christ.
Eureka!
Urethra, I've done it. What is it? Just... Ooh, I'm good. Okay, let me see. Huh? Eek! There's a ghost. There's a spirit inside the tape. What's the matter? Did you see him? Fucking Bowser, man. The court asks you share your findings. We're not in court. Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely. Yeah, he almost looks naked because of how fucking painted on his suit is. There's a person there. It's the president. I'd recognize that back anywhere. If you know what I mean. He's Sasquatching. Oh my. What? You're kidding, right? Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you? This doesn't look good for Sean at all. Wait, this doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there. I don't believe you, and the image does in fact prove something very important. You and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid, you murdered President Wang. That's ridiculous. Why? Why would he? Sean, you didn't. You can't have, can you? I just set a small fire next to the table that the head was on top of. I didn't have to do with anything after that. What do we do, Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like that. The body isn't dumpy like the actual president. They call it out the point they use body doubles. That is a good point. You'd think that after he died, he would have reverted to his cowardly lion state, as I put it, but I don't think they're gonna go in that direction, but they might. Surely you can't deny that this looks pretty bad for the kid, because then where's the real president, if that's the case? He slipped away from his bodyguards, which is already enough of a bad look. You're gonna tell me they didn't find him after all this? He did dump. You can't deny this looks pretty bad for the kid. Arnga. SCP. The friends we made along the way. He claimed he knew nothing about what happened, but the president's right there with him. Sean, what are you not telling us? He's right, Sean. Be honest. It's the only way. We have to know. The truth is, it was all my fault. Sean, what did you do? It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off the trailer. Yeah. You just start a little fire, maybe. I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using. And I turned on the heater while I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines. Then my mom called and I left the set to go talk to her. When I came back after the call, the Torosaurus head had fallen from the roof and the president was just there lying next to it. No. We did find evidence of a fire having been broken out up on the roof. It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself. So we're saying the president died because of Sean? If he did, that would make his whole thing just an accident. What'd you do with the head after you found it on the ground? Thank you, Azul. The murderer music is playing. What did you do? I took it apart, carried the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again. You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from? In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid. It's not like I did any of this on purpose. I really did just forget to turn the heater off. And when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed and the head would have fallen down onto the ground below. You're right. The fire caused the head to fall. Did it, though? That seems too convenient. I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. And you swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president doing here in the first place? How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear. I don't believe you. Why would President Wang come to a place like this in the middle of the night? His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. He met Judge Gavell up on the roof two nights ago, but he was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we'll need to go over the boy's statements very carefully indeed. Most carefully. What happened? This is some Rube Goldberg. I mean, that's a good Ace Attorney case. When we're full Rube Goldberg. I went up on the roof. Hold it! You're a fit and hardy young man, Sean. It's spring now. Surely you didn't really need to fire up that stove. He is a fit and hearty young man who needs to look after himself. Really, Your Honor, but if he resorts to such measures even during warm weather... Seriously? You two are gonna argue over something like that right now? Oh, he's right, of course. You've made your point, Sean, but I've told you before to watch how you talk to people. I think he was criticizing you as much as me, Your Honor. Yeah, Mom. Oh, where was I? I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines.
Hold it.
You left it burning? You didn't think to check before you came back down to the lot? I meant to, but I was thinking about my lines and the scene and everything else. It's not my fault I forgot. Everybody forgets stuff. I sure do. So much stuff. I leave the air conditioner on in Mr. Edgeworth's office, and the lights. I forget that he told me never to jump off the ladder on his bookshelves or make prank calls. But the one thing I would never ever forget is to turn off an unattended heater. Just kick him while he's down. Sheesh. Please, Sean, go on. She's a lot, huh? Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, I agree. My mom called and I left the set to talk to her.
Hold it.
It was the middle of the night and the set was deserted. Why did you need to leave in order to talk to your mother? I forgot I was supposed to talk to her. I got confused, I guess. I thought if I didn't leave, she'd find out I was out of the hotel at an... I thought if I didn't leave, she'd find out I was out of the hotel at night on my own. That doesn't make sense. You know that, don't you? Fine, look, the camera was rolling and the mics were all live, okay? I didn't want our conversation on that tape where anybody could hear it. He was embarrassed about being recorded speaking on the phone to his mother. So I ditched the rehearsal and ran off set as quick as I could. When I came back after the call...
Hold it.
You pretended to your mother that you were back at the hotel during the call, correct? How come you couldn't tell her you were coming back to set to practice your lines? Because she'd have phoned the hotel and asked them to send a car to get me or something? Of course I would have. A child your age shouldn't be out on his own late at night. Anything could happen to you. Children really can't seem to see things from their parents' perspective, can they? It's true the other way around too, you know, Mr. Edgeworth. All right, Sean, can you tell us what happened when you came back after speaking to your mother? Oh, sure. I came back and... the Torosaurus head had fallen from the roof.
Hold it.
Were there any signs that it was about to fall before you left? I don't remember. I was concentrating on my lines. But a fire had broken out on the roof because of the heater you forgot to turn off. Did you really hear nothing the entire time? No, I had my headphones on. Why? I was playing the soundtrack to the movie to help me concentrate, and I was playing it loud. So yeah, I definitely didn't hear anything. Except for the sound of your phone ringing when Judge Gavelle called you. You know that cell phones vibrate these days, right? Anyway. I love when someone can knock down a theory with one fucking line and when it's sassy like that. That's good. The president was just there lying next to it.
Hold it.
I love this kid. It's good. Did you notice anything unusual about the body? I don't know. It was dark. He suddenly seems even more reticent than usual. I don't think he wants to go back over that memory anymore when he has to, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure he doesn't, but is that really all it is? Should I push him a little more? Yeah. It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I better find out what. Most people would crowd for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground. And yet, you didn't. Yeah, because what was the point? He was dead. So you said. What I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain he was dead? He was lying on the ground and that huge head was right next to him. Didn't take much to figure out what must have happened. You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him? How did you really know? I'll tell you how, because you checked. Fine, I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked and he wasn't breathing. So I was right. But why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me how the body looked at that point? I couldn't tell if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. He was completely clean. That's important to note, but I can't rely on his testimony for that. He very reasonably would not have noticed a little yellow splotch on him in the dark at night when he's panicking. He wasn't breathing. That's how I knew he was dead. Thank you. I'd like you to add that to your testimony if you don't mind. I didn't know he was dead at first. There's no blood, nothing on his clothes.
Hold it.
So there was no blood or any other markings that would have told you if he was alive or dead. Would you say that my characterization of your statement is correct? You know I would, and you saw the body too, so you know I'm telling the truth. You also told us that the lot was dark at the time, and you were able to confirm all this. What is your problem? There was nothing on his face, nothing on his clothes, okay? Thank you, Sean. I think that tells us everything we need to know. Well, the focus on how clean his clothes were. Mine are freshly washed, at least. Because you were in the hospital. Perhaps you could give us a few details about how exactly you confirmed the president was dead. I couldn't tell from standing there, but then I saw he wasn't breathing.
Hold it!
We're being very insensitive about all this. How did you confirm he was no longer breathing? They taught us how at school. You put your cheek next to the person's nose. If they're breathing, you can feel it. Your cheek? Can't you just use the back of your hand or something? If they're breathing, you can feel it. Never thought I'd actually have to do it in real life. It's good they teach them this stuff, but yeah, it takes guts to do it for real. Give him a little kiss. Not bad for an elementary school kid. He's in junior high. Try to remember at least that much. Must have been quite a shock coming back and seeing a dead body just lying there, huh? And this was a dead body with a giant Torosaurus head next to it. I'm sure it must have been very upsetting. But it does sound like it was an accident, right? At least it does the way Sean tells it. I'd like to know a little more about exactly how things looked here at the time. Oops. Where's the other line? Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Full blood contusions, one for gunshot residue detected in my hand. Flecks of yellow substance found. Yeah.
Objection!
I have no idea what's going on. I mean, that's typical standard operating procedure for Ace Attorney. The president was found smooshed by a dinosaur monster kaiju at a movie set. And this kid was here around when it happened. And we're trying to figure out what the hell happened. Nothing on his clothes. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that? There's something you're clearly hoping that we've forgotten. What are you talking about? There isn't. That's not... So, okay, so I was eating a hot dog while I was looking at the dead body. Is that a crime? Unluckily for you, we remember it rather well. I'm talking about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. He knows about them. You've studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony. An absence I find suspicious, to say the least. I hope for your sake you have a satisfactory explanation. Okay. A succulent hot dog meal? Judge Cavell? Allow me to explain. The yellow residue on the president's chest, I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers, lion lilies to be precise. Lion lilies? 2 nights ago when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on President Wong's chest was pollen from those flowers. Huh? But they're not there in the printout from the security camera. Only because the president is in the way. Uh-huh. But why give him flowers? That is not something I'm at liberty to divulge. What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met him, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers? My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
Objection!
Why was there mustard in the flowers? Hot dog flour? A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that? I cannot. But then what he had... Was he... He died last night. Why did he have residue from flowers from 2 nights ago? Seriously, Your Honor? Welcome back, Sarsu. Thanks for 38. You can pump it up if you so choose. Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't. Come on, you gotta give us something here. You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it? You leave her alone. Sean. I threw the flowers away, okay? You did? So they were there when you first found the body? Yeah, they were right there on his chest. And they were squashed completely flat. I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gotten crushed along with the president. And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket front. That does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it? No reason. He's almost as evasive as his mother. More secrets. They're quite a pair. There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet. Huh? You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you? Oh, the sad music. Oh, I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mom with them, and felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion. No, you got it all wrong. That's his least convincing lie yet. Still waiting for the report to come back to prove that it was those flowers, but yeah. I often decorate our home with lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered. So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. And because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse. Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my tastes. Why? What's wrong with nice? I guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us he was responsible for the head falling in the first place. Yeah, he did, but he's still our only suspect. The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However, wait, I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy. What? Who? The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago. We had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot. Yeah. Luckily, it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen into a popsicle otherwise. He was doing his best to call for help, which is how we found him. The sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud. Sedatives? Isn't that what you were given too? Yep. We found the bottle on the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. 3 Z's. Apparently it's super strong. Well, Agent Lang, surely that suggests that Sean is a victim, not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this. Oh yeah? And this secret mastermind of yours was here last night too? That I can't yet say. It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? I mean, we know that Excelsius was there. Of course. So I was right. The kid is still our only suspect. Not quite. I can think of another. What? Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night. Chairman Winner? You think he killed President Wong? Why not? We've proven that he was present. And if he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say? Winner? Could he really have? It's certainly another possibility to consider. 12 years ago, he was... that number again. Look, a lot happened. 12 years ago. My father, the president, were friends, etc. Lang, 12 years ago. Yep, good to see you. You're about to pay for your crimes. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? It's nothing to do with you. I think it has everything to do with me. It's connected to this case. And you can prove that, can you? Go ahead, show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. Proof? If you can't prove it, this conversation's over. Does any evidence we've collected show a link between recent events and those 12 years ago? Let me brush up on what the hell we know about IS. That was 18 years ago. What's 12 years ago? Was this 12 years ago? Wait, this, the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. In front of the planter where we left it. Is that what he was looking for? Do I just present that?
Take that!
This is a report about Bronco Knight. It was sent to Chairman Winter by Warden Lagarde. This last part in particular should be of interest to you. Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago in front of the planter. And that's not all. Take a look at this. This letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. What? But... something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before last, and President Wong not long afterward. There's a connection between the two murders, there has to be. And I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong? These are old wounds you're opening up here. Insults to my family name. Please, Agent Lang, we need to know. Hold it. Who on earth was that? Shifu! The boys! What are you all doing here? It's the boys! We came to find you, sir. We heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago. Idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now. We can't do that, sir. What? You're disobeying a direct order? Please, sir, I'm begging you. We all are. You have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go until you figure out what happened, and we can't either. Well, Agent Lang, it seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too. I think it's that easy, that you could solve the case just like that? I think we can. Together. Hold my hand. Ha! Well. Alright then. Offer accepted. Into the time machine. Shifu, Shifu. Nice. Then I guess it's my turn to step up. I'm sorry, Kay. You're looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that will help with that. Ah, even Mr. Thief. No. I have a time machine. Sure do. If you can give me the deets of the incident, I can rustle up a little simulation for you. Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case. How come? Access to those files is restricted. They're top secret. Really? Why? SE10. Beats me. Somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know I read in the newspaper articles from the time. That's fine. Just tell us what you can. All right. So like a guy was like over here, and there was like a planter over there. SS5 incident. Happened on a winter's day, 12 years ago. It was almost Christmas, February 10th. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Zhengfa. He was kidnapped. Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million. 100 million? How much money even is that? More than you can imagine, it seems. It's almost Christmas. It wasn't Valentine's Day. The last person to see the president that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Zhengfa until midnight on the 10th. And nobody knows what happened with the president after that until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over, and the president came home safely. So President Wong was head honcho even back then? Wow. Go, Mr. President. Yeah, the length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him. Major Lang was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated? It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial. The trial? So a suspect was arrested. Yeah, none other than our friend Fifi Lagarde. What? Is that why you visited the prison? It is! I was put on what you might call extended leave from Interpol, so I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years ago. And I wanted to see who I was dealing with. She was found not guilty then, wasn't she? Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time, but they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force, though, and he worked the case alone, till eventually he found a suspect, Lagarde, and if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken, mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether. So we have solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde. He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know. What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for Little Thief to recreate the scene. Is there really nothing we can do? How old is Lang? 27. It looks like you could use a hand. Who's this now? Hey, the gang's all here. Francisca! And Mr. Fender. We finally wrapped things up over the courthouse, and we thought we'd see what you kids were up to. Here. What's this? It's Ace Attorney. You're either 20 years old or 500 years old. What's this? It says SS5 Incident Investigation Report. How did they know we would need this? When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it, and this was what Interpol provided. Nice work, Franziska. Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case. I owe you, sis. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret. Yes, but that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsius Winner. He was prosecutor in charge? Him again. Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. Good. An outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son. Let's go. Eustace. So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us. Sounds like we owe him. Prosecutor Eustace Winter is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial, so he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You focus on your case over there. He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor. Indeed he is. All right. Now we have the case file. I can recreate the scene, no problem. Excellent. Let's get started. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now. Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody. Oh boy. He's earned his happy meal. All right, Kay, if you could set Mr. Thief in motion. Looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start? Good question. Let's see. It seems there was an eyewitness. Oh, a freelance journalist by the name of Alf Aldown. Alf Aldown? All fall down? Oh. All fall down. Okay. Al fell down, son the hedge. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. Oh. So this is where he saw it all happen, huh? Here? As in the big building? No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. And before that... now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been... the Happy Family Home? Did they tear down an orphanage and build a corporate office on top of the site? What the hell? Okay, alright, okay. Like for retired people? No. For children without parents. An orphanage, in other words. Oh my god, but they kept the clock, wow. The scene was a clock. The president was kidnapped from an orphanage? Yeah, and the place was run by Fifi Lagarde. Oh my god. Okay. She called it her happy little home. Oh my god. Everything's making sense. It's all coming together. As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable she came under suspicion. President Wong, Excelsius Winter, and Warden Lagarde. Surely SS5 must be related to our current case. Yeah, they had polar bears and parrots. Could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Aldown? It seems sensible to assume he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president. If we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice. All right, we're counting on you. TV talked like they were all children. Yeah, all the vibes were strange about that prison. Her having a history running an orphanage gives you some some context. Oh, bear. What the heck is this? When did I grow to become so blasé towards people's reactions to Mr. Thief? What we're seeing is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police reports describe it. Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 a.m. the morning after the murder. It seems it had been snowing. Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. The snow fell in the daytime the previous day. In other words, before the incident occurred. Meaning none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. We'll need to pay those footprints some special attention. Oh boy. Yeah. Boy howdy, is this ever a scoop? The whole world's gone green. Must be an outbreak of something. I'm seeing green trees, green people, green clothes, everything. I see trees of green people too. I see them blue. They must be real sick if even their clothes are green. Looks like we wound up slap bang in the middle of the right dang place at the right dang time. Sure did, Chief. I don't think we're gonna get a word in edgewise here, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think we want to. Hey. How dare you, Scruffy? Don't you dare tell anybody. I'll just deny it anyway.
Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta help me out here, sir.
What's the matter, Detective?
It's about the SS5 incident. What else? I know Chairman Winter isn't in charge anymore and all, but a top secret file being available to us so quickly after his removal, something seemed off. So that got me to thinking, and I put in a call, and they told me that, Miss Von Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released.
Curse you, Scruffy. I deny everything. It sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Franziska. Don't worry. Your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case. You'll see. You'll all see. These footprints go toward the body and come back. But there's two pairs. According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. I'm seeing a lot of shushes. I'm speculating. I missed it. No worries. They're about a size 9, average, in other words. It seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though. Jimmy, he got Jimmy-fied. Wild. It's a porch swing with an elephant's face on it. And behind it is what appears to be a motor. You know what every dedicated swing fiend always wonders, don't you? If they can swing all the way over the top and back again. Maybe a motorized swing could finally make that dream come true. Wouldn't that be a little dangerous? And what dream isn't, huh? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. True, but hardly applicable in this case. He swung all the way on the swing, and he died from jubilation. These planters, the flower. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. Swing fiend. Yard stretched around 3 sides, 3 square planters on each side. Okay. Planters arranged in a very particular pattern, one we've seen somewhere before. We have? Shame there aren't as many flowers. I guess it was the middle of winter. Look at that one. It's bright yellow. Weird. How come there's only one? It looks like someone dropped it. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family Liliaceae. A lion lily, you say? Who do we know that has a fondness for lion lilies? That maybe was originated in their childhood. I don't know. Did Judge Cavell give President Wong some lion lilies? This is just turning into fucking Yakuza. Baka Mitai real. What if the same flower we're doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it? I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child. Son of a... It wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Franziska. What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. Can I help you, Mr. Edgeworth? I want to ask you about your history here, Sean. Yeah, well, things are finally settling down after Warden Lagar's trial. It would seem so. Sentencing is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. And do not worry, Excelsius's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace is a changed man. Indeed, he simply had some growing to do, but then don't we all, Kay included. They just singling her out. Kind of feel for him now. I said some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to him next time I get the chance. Kay's the only one that said mean things to him, no one else. I'm sure the chance will come, but for now, indeed, we need to focus on the case at hand. I cannot thank you all enough for returning Sean safely to me. I can hardly bear to imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home. Hey, old guy, can't you see you're upsetting her? That was not my intent at all. Look at our little knight in shining armor defending his mom's honor. Shut up! I wouldn't have to if you didn't keep... That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll allow me. I would like to apologize again. I failed in my duty as a servant of justice. I will not ask you to forgive me. I only ask you to understand that I... Judge Cavell, I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. But she was a mother, was she not? Of other gods and goddesses? She was. Fair judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Perhaps your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. What are they even talking about? Don't worry, Sean. I don't have a clue either. The adults are talking. There are burn marks on this pillar here. Report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident. A fire? Let's see, where was it? Ah! One of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank? Probably? They sound like a lively bunch, possibly too lively. Their antics spoil their chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. Just a little kerosene on fire prank. For the kids. This arch, we've seen it somewhere before, right? Indeed, it's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today. This is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time? It seems the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere. Time's like a microwave. And for what, it seems you might have remembered it correctly. But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for. If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined. Yes. Bear. An igloo shaped like a bear, the perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a big-loo. It is quite large. You could probably fit as many as 3 people inside it. Yeah, and they could live in there for 3 whole years. 3 years, and what about the summer? Wouldn't the igloo melt? Again, say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, please, one more time. Wouldn't the igloo melt? Ah, you're no fun. Eh. Set timer for 12 years. Just a low roast for 12 years. Looks chillier than your chilliest lookout here, Malzerino. Somebody might have to warm me up. Could you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender? For you, K-Meister, anything. Can't believe this whole sorry tale to begin with. It began right here. Kinda crazy, right? It is a little. What were Fiefs and the chairman up to, though? Where were they going with all this? Where indeed, I'd like to know myself. And I'd very much like to know when you two are going to admit how much you love your Uncle Eddie. Not anytime soon. You're not taking this seriously at all. You did for about 3 sentences, which is something of a record. Turtle. A tortoise and a hare, inspired by the children's story, no doubt. The tortoise races the speedy hare and wins. All right, time for a K Faraday pop-up pop quiz. Pop-up pop quiz, why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options. I don't need 3 options, Kay. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep. Number 1, the hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2, the tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast that he won. Number 3, the real winner was the Yatagarasu who plotted a surprise secret victory. Those are my only 3 options. Too hard? All right, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with the Well, that definitely narrows it down. Professor, here's my puzzle. The answer starts with the very good hint. Did you want to use a hint coin? Sure. The answer starts with a I see. Shifu, I know it's rude of me to ask, but can we count off for old time's sake? Just once, I'm begging you. For old time's sake? Seems a little sentimental, but fine. Count off. 1. Sorry, Shifu. It just doesn't feel the same on my own. It's kind of lonely. Fool! It shouldn't matter if there's 1 of you or 100. You may be on your own here right now, but the pack is always with you. So quit whining about being lonely and howl like you mean it. Count off. 1. 1. What? 1. 1. Is he crying? He started crying in that. Okay. Let's look at the body. Oh, he fell face first on his spaghetti. I'll fall down. The man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. What did he see? I based this part on the recreation of one of the crime scene photos. Yeah. It is the loneliest number. Seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head. Yeah, from that brick right there. They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard. It looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area. A gift for you. This is Aldown's autopsy report. I must scour the scene. Let me look at that report. Believed to have been murdered during a call where he was detailing something he had witnessed. 1 a.m. 12 years ago. Lost of blood resulting from a blow to the back of the head with a brick. Alright. Bum 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 bum. Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right? According to Francisca, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly. Yep, and she said it symbolizes the pond being painted or tiled, right? It was the bond between parent and child, Kay. Close enough. This game surprised the graphic from realizing, oh yeah, some of the murder scenes are like, in order to sell like a person died here and this was what happened. Like, some of them are a little gruesome. Not the most family-friendly game. Freelance journalist. Like, they're not gory, you know, it's not someone with the guts spilled out, but you know, there's people lying in weird poses, all dead and stuff. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of the president. Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh? It's even worse than the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. Seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked. Yeah, the autopsy report says that's where he was hit with the brick. I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. It looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand. Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. It was a button. A button. Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? The blood is his. That makes sense, I guess. So the victim was carrying a camera. Oh yeah. According to the file, they recovered the picture. A picture. Yeah, here we are. Oh. Uh-huh. Wait, the button was from the snowman? It's the president, right? And somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Aldown witnessed. So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper. I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden Lagarde. How come they only found the one picture? He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked.
A pirate snowman, a yahar. A yaho.
This cell phone must have belonged to the victim. You're right. Yeah, says here in the file that Mr. Aldown made a call while he was watching the kidnapping.
To whom?
His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw the president was there, but she didn't pick up, so he left a message. That's in here too, if you want to hear it. Please. Hey, it's me. I guess you're asleep. I guess that makes sense. Why she would have a motive. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wong is here for some reason. And there's another. Damn it, the light's out. So I can't quite see, but it looked like he was being kidnapped? Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I should let you What the fuck kind of messages? Here I am at the orphanage. It's so weird. It looks like he's being kidnapped. It's probably a trick of the light. Anyway, thunk. What were those sounds at the end? He must have been attacked while I was still on the phone. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Aldown's girlfriend, what was her name? Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Just as I thought. Wait, you mean... her revenge for what happened 12 years ago. All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winter, she made her appearance at the auction. So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winter, wasn't she? Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping, or because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. And the brick? This was the brick used in the murder! There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. They probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh? Yeah. Oop. Nothing about those. What about these? Bring around the Rosie and I'll fall down. Yeah. Oh, the blood! Bring the Rosie. Fresh blood and plenty of it. According to the autopsy report. He died from loss of blood due to a blow in the back of the head. And that blood spread out over the entire area. I doubt anybody could have bled that much and survived. Excuse me. This certainly seems to confirm what the autopsy report suggests. Yeah. I mean, famously, head wounds bleed like crazy. Which doesn't necessarily mean you'll instantly die of blood loss. It just means sometimes head wounds look way worse than they actually are. I don't doubt that's what happened here. There's something else here? What have I don't believe there's more to be found here. But there's something I didn't look at? Eh? 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 Huh? Eh? I don't know. Eh. He got murdered as heck. Super murdered. What's inside my brain? Yeah, bricks to the head are not good to you. You just lied there. Yeah. 3 things. 3 planters. That's why there's the little... Oh, I just got it. That's why there's the weird little hoof angle poked out of it. Because he knew he wouldn't have to dig there. Oh... Still really stupid. It's still really stupid. Like, no one would dig like that, but okay. That's what our monstrous hoof prints really were. Love a good brick to the head. Wait, what? Or that's where, like, the foundation... Oh, I didn't even notice it before. I genuinely did not notice. I just thought it was all the concrete hole. It's so obvious when you look at it that was part of the foundation of the planters. I'm really smart. Compare that to the planters. Whoa. Wow. That's right. The footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood. So Chairman Winter was digging around the front of them. That's pretty good. That feels like a good situation where they're like, we want giant monster footprints. What's a justification? What else would make this shape? And maybe that's what led them to them making it look like a cow hoof print, which is just like good. And why might he have been doing that? Love the bricks, boss. We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. Which shows why Chairman Winter might have been digging in front of the planters. Isn't it here? Yeah.
Take that!
Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lagarde sent to Winter. She mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter. Was it the ransom money? Probably. You think she was telling him where to dig? Because if anyone related to this case made out with $100 million, they would probably be living their life a bit differently right now. You think she was telling them where to dig? But why 3 holes? Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant. I get it. She wasn't sure which one it was. Which meant he had to try and dig up all 3. I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winter. Why go to all that trouble? What was he looking for? What indeed? He made out with $100 million. Yeah. Like a bandit. Bandits are notoriously good at kissing. Brick? What do you dig up? This doesn't seem correct. Oh. These footprints stop by the body. I guess that means they belong to Mr. Alldown, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that, about a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match. And then this side, we already looked at those. Oh, he's so sad. This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted. Well, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He must have been all roasty toasty. And look at his cute little button eye just lying there. He probably would have frozen back up again at dawn, you know? That's when it's usually coldest. I don't think that would have helped much, Mr. Edgeworth. If a melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. It would turn into an iceman. What? Is what I bet you wanted me to say, isn't it? Well, too bad. Damn. Why is there still not a check mark? And he's saying there's nothing else to be found, but it bothers me. Freelance journalist, killed after witnessing the kidnapping. Even the recreation's pretty gruesome. Yeah. Button. Nah. That thing? Oh, his shoes. Footprints were a key part of this case. There was information about the shoes in the file, correct? Let's see, their size 12 feet were clean, no corns, no athlete's foot. Beige socks, thermal underwear in the same color. He dressed old guy style. Brighter socks would have really made that outfit pop. Why not live a little? And that's it for the fashion rundown. Shout out to whoever left these amazingly helpful comments. Here, I thought it was gonna be a plain old investigation report. Alright. No corn to be found at the scene of the crime. Do I have to... What am I... Maybe I can present something. No, it was a check mark. Because I don't think these are connected. No. No, they're not. So what am I missing? What have I not investigated? What have I not mashed my face into and looked at? I feel like I want to know where the brick came from. Is there an obvious missing brick around here? No. My poor brain. What am I missing? Check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark. Oh, you? I guess I didn't talk to him. Did I talk to his guard, but not him? I think I mistook it as if that was just the interaction. Because everyone else nearby, it was just you talked to both of them at the same time. Okay, these 3 planters covered with snow. Is anything the matter? Agent Lang? Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now. You have Chairman Winter to thank for that, it seems. Yeah, well, what's weird is, I've seen this scene somewhere before. What? But where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone. He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. Well, that's not helpful at all. Okay, that's all we can learn from the scene for now. Okay. How about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night? That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim... the moment the victim witnessed the kidnapping? Sure, I'll use the photograph he took. Here goes nothing. Boom. 13 is a wild age to adopt a kid at. Well... yeah, I don't know exactly. Assuming Verity adopted Sean, you know, might have been as recent as like a couple years ago. Doesn't necessarily have been at birth. Still, a lot of unknowns. There's Mr. All down in the middle of the planters. Why is there already blood? How did you recreate that from a photograph that he took? And why is there already blood? There's the president and his kidnapper out by the road. My father based his investigation on the evidence Alldown provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow. And how he wound up suspecting Fifi. She was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Excelsius put a big hole in that theory. He did. Yeah, after all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. Uh-huh. So it was hard to conclusively prove any connection. Oh, fuck that. I'm glad I didn't have to actually play through that case. I would have gotten so mad. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage. Detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene, and then prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winter and Lagarde were working together. They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it. So you're saying that Chairman Winter was working with the kidnapper. Your father was convinced that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? And you say he was a gifted and thorough investigator. Then he must have had more to support his theory than just Alldown's message, surely. Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It wasn't exactly a case he liked talking about. Agent Lang's father, Da Long Lang. Trusted ally and confidant of President Wong. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winter. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. The incident. These footprints stopped by the body. I guess that means they belong to Mr. Alldown. His feet were pretty big. What's that, about a size 12? 12 years ago, size 12. Coincidence? They were the same size as his shoes. It's a match. Do-do-do-do-do. President Wong changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But to cut ties with my family completely after how close we've been for all those years? My father was desperate to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. But no matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't. He couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time he came home covered in bruises. Who knows from where? A bodyguard maybe? Sorry, there's no point making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. I'll be the judge of that. As warm and fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expected any different. That case ruined my father and my family. The people who failed to keep the president safe, that's all we were after that. He threw himself heart and soul into that investigation. He became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. You know, you really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad, okay? That investigation was solid. His work was meticulous and it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of those kids and he made sure they told him everything. Wonder if he learned anything of value. A tortoise and a hare. Is this the same dialogue? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Really wish they didn't. It's technically a different scene, so I get it. Okay, well, that's the same. An igloo. A big glue. Like, on the one hand, I'm assuming all the dialogue is the same, but what if it's not? What if there's something different? But it's not, it's the same. You! Trampoline? Mr. Eldon took the picture of the president's kidnapping from here, and then called Rosie Ringer. By which point his killer must have already been approaching from behind, with a brick in their hand, ready to strike. The blood? The blood? Can I... Okay. These planters. 3 sets of ornage. Yeah. Yes! Yes! That's a lion lily. Yeah, alright. Okay, alright, yeah, get it, got it, good. You're the same. That's gonna be the same. Burn, you're, okay. Do I have anything? Did I get anything new? Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming that winner was the guy. Oh, I didn't look at this. Like, there's gotta be more for me to look at. Yeah, maybe the whole kidnapping situation. But first of all, Snowman. What does he know? What does he know? That snowman, it was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet and its little button eyes had fallen off. It still looked reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely, I can see one thing that's missing. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of thieving, though. Maybe they had potential. Think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. Di Zheng Wang, he was president of Zhengfa even back then. Does he look any younger? It's kind of dark. Can't really tell. The situation being what it is, his facial expression is somewhat distorted. I wonder where they took him after this. We don't know that yet, but depending on how our investigation progresses, we may find out soon enough. The president's kidnapper. We should see if we can judge anything based on their appearance. Roger that, Red Leader. All right, let's have a look at you. First thing to note is that they're holding the president at gunpoint, trying to look all cool and tough, waving a pistol around. Whoever it is, they suck. Their coat and hat completely cover their face. Unfortunately, we can't identify them that way. Turning their collar up and pulling their hat down and trying to be all mysterious. I hate this kidnapper. And they seem pretty relaxed. I don't think they're particularly nervous. Hands in the pocket. Classic show-off move. You suck, you suck, you suck. Okay, that's... What? You said to judge them by their appearance. Yes, but I didn't mean it like that. Ugh. Okay. There's something gloomy about this picture, know what I mean? They could have brightened it up a little, made the subject stand out a little better. I don't think the lack of light is the photographer's fault, Kay. That street light appears to be broken. It does? Oh, look at that. I think the idea was to make the subject stand out with lighting, but it maybe didn't pan out. Yeah, you're probably right. Thanks for the explanation, Mr. Edgeworth. You're welcome? You seem to have completely misunderstood it. Yeah. Could this be related to the evidence? I love when we're at the part of the case where I have 4 full fucking pages of evidence. The snowman's missing a certain something. His right eye. When you don't even say. Luckily, we've managed to locate it. The button Mr. Alldown was holding. Look at that. It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything. And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? The victim's location. The victim was clutching the button and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if after being struck, Mr. Alldown lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself, the snowman? The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling. I get it. You're saying he was near the snowman when he was attacked. Within arm's reach, to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close. But his footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way. What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again. All right, I'll take us back to the scene when Alldown's body was found. Urethra. But the footprints on the left definitely matched up with Alldown's shoes, right? So what's the deal? Let's take a look and see if we can figure it out.
Can we really be sure that these are Aldown's footprints?
Well, they're the same size at 12, which is pretty big, and the prints matched his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found. But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman. Being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far, basically impossible. We can be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. But can we be certain they were actually the victim's shoes? We should take another look at them. Look at the shoes. Did someone swap out his shoes? They do look pretty big on him, actually. Oh, that's pretty sneaky. As the case file says, they match the footprints. But these aren't the victim's shoes, I'm sure of it. What do you mean? Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly. The prints, they go right up to where the victim was found and they stop right by his feet. But they didn't actually belong to him. So are the prints by his head his, the ones that lead away and come back? No, I don't think so. They're too small. So neither set belongs to him? Then how'd he get here? That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then, where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman, as we suspect? So these are the killer's footprints. That's pretty good. That's pretty sneaky. Alright, oh, he's so sad. His body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? That would suggest he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I better take a closer look. He's so sad. Poor snowman, he's not looking good. Can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is. And so do mysteries. All we have to do is wait. The snowman of the case will melt into the clear water of truth. All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have to work to solve these mysteries. Yeah. So there are planters outside the orphanage gates too. Oh look, they planted stuff that flowers in winter under all that snow. A little frigid, but tasteful nonetheless, even if this is a simulation. A bit frosty looking, but tasty nonetheless, for a simulation. Frigid but tasteful, frosty but tasty. Correct. Huh? Look, there's a brick missing here. There we go. The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that just this one's missing. Size 9 footprints going toward the body and away from it. The case file says they must have belonged to the murderer. They grow fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gates. That's just because there's less snow over there, no? Be that as it may, it certainly doesn't help in matching the prints up with a name and face. Alright. Into my brain we go. Brick used the murder and the missing brick. Is it God, not Jesus? Yeah, it was Jesus. It seems quite likely the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say? Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size. Brick used in Alden's murder was taken from the right next to this snowman. Body was removed. What did he dig up? Was he involved? I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman. We have to interview the snowman and get his testimony. The button came from there and the brick too. The narrator and Jesus have to have the same shoe size for the story to work, and they walk in each other's footprints to match their numbers. What's more, if the murderer took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters, Mr. Aldown would have seen them right away. Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Aldown wasn't standing by the planters, he was next to the snowman. Alright, here goes. Huh. Well, this is a mess of a scene. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh? Indeed, everybody was present is in exactly the same spot. So where did we go wrong? One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? Well, which one was it? The photograph.
Take that!
Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Aldown? Huh? What do you mean? We know that whoever killed him moved his body, but why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't? And then they took the photo to help back up the lie? They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. He would have had no choice but to comply. Now you mention it, they only recovered one picture from his camera, right? Indeed, I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there, then replaced it with another, thereby ensuing that the only picture found was the one they staged. That makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after he was killed. No way. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Aldown saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case. So where was the president when Mr. Aldown thought he saw him being kidnapped? The photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out. Oh yeah, he left that voicemail. He did. We should listen back to it one more time, don't you? This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. Inside the igloo. He was like, we should listen to the tape again, but I can't listen to the tape. So, I mean, I'm just gonna assume where all the melty stuff, what did he say? Looks like things have been pretty good. Oh, he's been kidnapped. Was there anything specific? Yeah, we should. I wish I could.
Take that!
That's where they were? Now I can listen to it. Now that I'm wrong. Guess you're already sleeping. I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on here for some reason. There's another. Dang it, lights out. I can't wait to see. It looks like he was being kidnapped. Somewhere where there's a light out? Do I need a reason? You don't have one? Where was there a light? Oh. Alright, just more over there. Eh.
Take that!
I almost got it right. Just by poking. Recall this statement. The light's out. Edgeworth said, damn it. 2 of the lights here in the yard are broken. He must have been talking about the one over by the building. Alright. Could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned? Sure. I sure hope I don't get killed in the next 5 minutes while I leave this voicemail. Beep, boop, boop, beep. And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. He's so buff, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Pretty sneaky. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found. Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump? Switch between the 2 recreations, I need to press Y to talk with K. And select switch recreations, try it later when I need it. Alright, so, this. The kidnapper's right there! This is where Aldown actually took his pictures, before being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind him. Are we to assume that those footprints were already there before he was attacked? After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell. Because I guess after this, then they walked to the right and then back with the body. Okay. Looking for a bald blue suspect. Blue Man Group was here. His bone here is first, not where we thought it was. We should examine the area where we previously thought it fell too. Yeah. Aldown wasn't killed here between the planters at all. Then what's this blood doing here? Things have changed considerably in terms of what the simulation is showing us. If we want to look more closely at this blood, I think we'll be better off looking at the simulation from the point at which the body was discovered. What are we waiting for? I'm ready when you are. Can we really be sure that these are Aldown's footprints? Well, they're the same size, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. They go straight to the middle of the planters where the body was found. As we established where he was, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman. I know a few contortionist tricks. Yeah. Okay. I feel like this seems familiar. Hello? This is where Aldown actually saw the president and his kidnapper, which pretty clearly suggests the link between the kidnapping and the orphanage. You can see why so much trouble was taken to suggest it happened elsewhere. They pulled some really dirty tricks there. Faking a photo, that's just cheating. Not to mention disposing of Aldown's camera film and forcing the president to pose at gunpoint. They must have put in some new film and staged the photo immediately afterward. If he was involved, he could have changed or hidden other evidence as well. It certainly doesn't help that SS5 case file was classified. But he's behind bars now and the truth is coming out at last. Although much still remains unclear. What is it?
Switch.
Change places. It's the number of years ago. It's gotta be something. I must scour the scene. Blood on the snow, a lot of it. Certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it? But we just figured out that Mr. Aldown was killed over by the snowman. We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else. The police report said the blood was Aldown's. Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winter? The man would have had no scruples about altering the official record over something this small. Why go to all that trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead? He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this was where the police would find Aldown's body. And he knew the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues. He's got a couple scruples. You mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy. Eesh, so I'm looking at a forgery this whole time. That sucks. But it says Aldown's clothes were covered in blood too. And if they were, which seems entirely believable, it suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Aldown's body was placed here. Which means the other person's blood was spilt not long before Aldown was killed. I think it does. If that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction? Huh. Deduce? What am I to deduce? There's some sort of a fire. I'm sure they hadn't died. Shoes. Lows and Aldowns. I don't know. This is the only part where there's no snow. Because of the fire, one of the kids said. Imagine the snow melted as a result. This must be the unluckiest orphanage in the world. First a fire, then a murder. Talk about going from bad to worse. Fire came first, but just because it caused the snow to melt. Yeah, the fire was after the murder? To melt something? Destroy something? Someone dropped the yellow flower. It's a lion lily. Yeah. And upon being painted. The body's where it should be now, over by the snowman. Kind of sad, nobody being here anymore. No, okay, not even slightly. Now that the body's gone, there might be a new clue for us to discover. Let's go over the scene with a fine-tooth comb. Nothing about the brick matters. Footprints are fine. I feel like I probably have what I need. I'm just being stupid about it. This is where Aldown really met his fate, but he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph. The spot between the planters. The footprints, the fact that they go over there and come back, I think that tells us something important, that they were left by whoever carried him over there. Very strong. This would have been 2007. Okay, so the cell phone that he had was time period appropriate. Maybe flu. Come on, brain, do your thing. Yeah, I don't think I have anything for that yet. So what can I deduce? What do I have about the fire? Is there anything before the incident? Can I deduce that it was after the incident? Or should I do there or on the... I don't know. Maybe on the blood. I'll try on the blood. When did the fire happen? Try that, the blood, with the fire.
Eureka!
There we go. There's a clear contradiction here. He was actually killed by an old Nokia phone, which was a brick. In the blood stain, urethra, I've deduced the P. The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire, which means the blood in question was spilt before the fire was started. But the fire happened before the murder, no? If we choose to believe the case file, yes. But if the fire was actually set after what happened here, the kid who lit it might have seen something. Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winter's version of events. We need to know more about this fire. You! Yes, Shifu. The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu. Get right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu?
Contact my family back in Zhangfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. There should? What kind of something exactly? I told you I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? I remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it. Or at least of something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child? Oh shit. A child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire. Okay, this has nothing to do with what's happening right now, but now I'm like, wait a second. I don't know how or why or when or where or what, but maybe the mastermind behind all the other cases was a child at this orphanage. I don't have anything to back that up other than just that's a narrative twist. That would make sense. Children are bad at drawing. Because if there was a child that was like, you took everything from me, and now I'm good. I don't know what the fuck their motive was, but... Because I'm still stuck on the idea that there was a mastermind behind everything. It is extremely meta to just be like, well, what would be the unlikeliest suspect? Except that would, if they were a child 12 years ago, they'd still be pretty young now, so it's weird. Dude, what if? I don't know if he's cooking, but it's something. It should be there somewhere. Tell him to send it right away. There's nothing I can do with that, and I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to try to avoid the thing where I'm like, this is my theory. Now I'm basing everything off of that assumption. Which now just means I'm stuck. Because I'm like, wait, but that doesn't line up with my theory I had. Yeah, I guess it depends on how old the kids are at the orphanage. You? What do you want? Sean, I wonder if you could tell us a little more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping. They took you when you went to the garbage disposal area, right? What were you doing there? It's alright, you don't have to talk for him. He can just ask me himself. Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? I think he's starting to warm up to you. I went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were on the body. It wasn't far, and I figured they'd be less likely to find them than if I threw them in the garbage can. I tried to get in there last night too, but it was locked. So you had to come back today and try again. Yeah, but when I was there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face. Snoozing is easy-threezy with 3 Z's. The fact that she was drugged with it too doesn't seem to bother her. I guess it was a catchy name. Whoever it was pretty strong, but I never saw their face. Thank you. That's very helpful. So they're 18, they'll start adopted or fostered. Okay. So in the extreme scenario, they could have been like 17 or 18, in which case, that's a pretty wide age range of if they were from the orphanage 12 years ago. What can you tell us about the time between when you were kidnapped and when you were found? Not a whole lot, I'll bet. Snoozing's easy-threezy with 3 Z's. I remember waking up feeling cold. It was somewhere big and empty and dark. There were cardboard boxes with some other language written on them. I figured it must be a storeroom. But it was actually a giant refrigerator. Businesses used them to keep stuff chilled. And that's where Kay and Detective Gumshoe found him. They really saved the day there. Guess the cooler must have been on until just before I was brought there. Like I said, it was pretty cold. Anyway, they didn't take my phone for some reason, so I used that to call for help. Well, we're all very glad you found your way back to us safely. Yeah, say it like you mean it, why don't you? He's not the most gracious child I've met. Hi, Sean's team. It's alright. It's got a little jam. Reminds me of a certain somebody. A certain someone. Okay, what else can I investigate or deduce or maybe any other time? Got him. You have to line up like literally pixel perfect. But when you're able to push her out of the way, it's really funny. Hit. Out of the way, okay. I guess let's switch it up. Was there stuff over here? I can also talk to her, I guess. Average attitude. You wanna know about all these exciting new features? Oh, like this, the facilities is really casino. What's the thing? It's a switch between us to the word. Yeah, okay. Notice anything? I can't believe there used to be an orphanage on this spot, and that Warden Lagarde was in charge. And the SS5 incident took place there 12 years ago. They kidnapped the president of Zhangfa. That's crazy. And they killed Mr. Alldown, the only witness that we know of. They kept all the details secret for all those years. The more I think about that, the more you smell something fishy. Yeah, me too. What's even weirder is the people involved. I think we know all of them, don't we? Lagarde, Winter, President Wong. When I think back over all the cases we've involved with, it's true. They are all connected. We have to dig in and find the truth. A kidnapping, a murder, and now a fire.
There's too much going on here. I can't keep up. The fire was started earlier on the evening of the incident, if I remember rightly, before the kidnapping and the murder, in other words. Does that mean something? The timing of the fire? I wonder if it might. Isn't there something here that can't be correct if the fire actually happened first? The effects of the fire on the crime scene, where are the evidence? Well, we already got that sorted. Oh, more with you. Those kids weren't messing around. Never mind, I think we need some slightly more in-depth analysis here. It has a bucket for a hat, buttons for eyes, and a nice fluffy muffler. It's a full snowman uniform. And it looks like it can't wait for me to punch and kick into 1,000 tiny snowman pieces. Perhaps we could keep the things a little less subjective, Kay? Don't beat him up. They're fine. They're fine. They're good. You're good. You're good. That's fine. You're fine. That's fine. This is fine. What else do they need me to investigate? Mind chest the snowman. Was there another deduction thing I missed? What am I missing? I have no idea. I guess I can mash together the two puzzle pieces in my brain. But I didn't think there's nothing more here. I do have two logic pieces, but I didn't think that they were directly connected. What did he dig up and was he involved? I feel like I'm missing stuff. Okay, never mind. Sure. If Winter was involved in Wang's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up had something to do with the kidnapping. Oh, I get it. You do? You bet I do. We're talking treasure, loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money. The ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. It certainly seems like a possibility. Glad you agree. Alright, well, shit. I thought I was waiting to have something related to the money, to be like, oh, the money is what was hidden. But alright. For 12 years. It's crazy they did all that construction and literally built a new building and no one... They even dug out the planters and removed them. They left the foundations, but... all of that, and no one was like, hey, there's a big old duffel bag here with 100 million. Shifu, I'm back. I brought everything the police had on the flyer, and I also brought the picture from your father's office. And one more thing, about time, what kept you? Hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? Okay. This is the picture I remember. Oh man, it's good. Oh man, it's good. Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident? Sure looks like a kid drew it, huh? Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire. Okay. Really good. Shifu, there's... That bald guy wasn't blue, that's not our perk. I'll have to wait, okay? Well, now, Mr. Prosecutor. Why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Can we see the case file for the fire, too? Sure, here. If you'll just give me a moment to read through it. 3 hours later. It seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later. What? Must have been because he saw something, right? No, a kid? Really? That's horrible. Sadly not unimaginable. Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. What's this? What's it doing in that case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before? Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case, but it looks like that might be the missing horn from this soft toy. Hey, that was President Wang's. You've seen it before. Of course, he always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece. It has a special device inside it that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn. Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back might unlock more recordings? You never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor. That's not how that would work, is it? You heard the man. I'll go fetch it right away. There's no way that's how that works. Why would it store audio inside of the horn? Here it is, Shifu, the Torosaurus doll, like you asked. Hand it to the prosecutor over there. Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? It fits perfectly. And any more recordings on there? Oh my fucking god, I'm mad. Hi, Dijon. Sorry, President Wong. It's me, Amelie. Amelie? I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon. They got that horn USB. I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to. Turn it off right now. What's gone into Judge Gavel? Are you okay? Just turn it off, please. You see, I had a baby. A beautiful little boy. Your beautiful little boy. Bum, 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 bum. I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fenn. In case you didn't put it together. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Just like my favorite actor. Sean Fenn? The kid? And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. Mechanical hand points out. Yeah. What? He was my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean. Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel? Sean isn't my biological son. What? No way. Also, thank God, I adopted him. And he was aware of this? Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fenn, she died 5 years ago. Why would she... If her name was Fenn, why would... Okay. Well, I guess because he was, like... Yeah, okay, never mind. Like, why would she be like... His name is with his last name, but... The point is that he doesn't have his dad's last name. So, yeah, okay, sure. She died 5 years ago. 5 years ago. In the ABC 123 case, which now we also have to solve. They were cousins, but we also were friends, the best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret, and I decided that the best way to do that would be for him never to know in the first place. That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president. Hey. Yes, Sean? You're sure he was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zhengfa. Makes sense, that line of work might well have brought her into contact with the president. What? You told me she worked at the orphanage. She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her.
Not so fast!
Sorry, Judge Gavel, but I have to ask. Amelie, the lady who asked the president to come, why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her. I'll bet that was Chairman Winter's doing, though sadly we can't prove it. And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again. Then she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean. Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go get a soda. My treat? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over. You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important and it's about me. I'm staying. That didn't work at all. Sean! Perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago. So that's it. That was the big secret. I wanted to tell him face to face that Amelie was gone. But also that you were alive and well. More than well. But It makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gavel was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting. Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean too. That was why I took the line lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Amelie and that I knew her well. These flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wong gave Amelie a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. And then they got smooshed into his heart and he died. But now he too is dead. If only he had lived. Sean might finally have been able to get to know him. Sad. Shifu, I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but what is it? You've been hovering there for this whole time, can it wait? They sent something else from Zhengfa. President Wong's will. What?
The president's will.
He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride. What? This is...
What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case?
You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son.
The president's will? Sean's name appears in the president's will? And we're certain that the document is authentic, that Wang wrote it himself.
Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. They'll want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it being the genuine article.
Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir. And yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless.
Well, that's that, I guess. Still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, you're President Wang's son.
Why are they doing this big shock now when it was just already revealed? But now it's confirmed.
Sean!
Oh, bye.
Sean!
To be continued. The end. Nice resolving finale. Weird way to end it, but you know. Guess that's that. Jason! Sean! Sean is the same game. Sean! He was my dad. Can't have been easy learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly.
And too late to ever get to know him.
You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean! Do I still keep the house warm? You know it. It's all warm and toasty. Mostly from farts. I get it, he was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But he was right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was? Oh. I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would have never happened and he would have... I've ruined everything. Everything. It's all my fault. I even ruined your flowers. Sean! Please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while.
The bond between parent and child, as symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Zhangfa, so I know that much at least.
Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now.
I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here.
We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us.
Ah, you're right.
I believe we've learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. How did it line up with your father's theories about the case?
I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out.
What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from Kay's reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago?
You know, I think we might be.
My father's footsteps are starting to become clear.
Now all we need to do is follow them. All the way to the truth.
Oh. Okay.
The president went to the orphanage that night, that much we know for sure. The Torosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fenn. Except she was kidnapped, and Alldown happened to see it. If Alldown hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage that photo to throw everybody off the scent.
So that's our current theory, is it?
But there's something I still don't understand.
There is.
This.
Why risk staging the picture?
They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't?
It's a good question, and we may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time.
I guess we will. Alright, deduce away.
Lang works for Sean now. Does Zhangfa have a presidency like that? It's inherited?
The president went to the orphanage that night.
Hold it!
Nothing should be taken for granted at this stage. We need to treat even the seemingly certain with caution. Can we really be sure the president went to the orphanage?
I get it. You want evidence?
This is a nice change of pace from people asking you to show them proof, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
There's no need to actually say it out loud, Kay.
The Torosaurus toy proves it.
Hold it!
King President Wang
The plushie, it has a recording device concealed inside it, correct? It does, and it was used by Sean's mother, Amelie, to record a message asking the president to meet her at the orphanage at midnight. They're finishing each other's sentences now. What a team. You two peel away the layers of the truth like an onion, I'm sure of it. You do realize there's nothing underneath all the layers of an onion, don't you, Kay? There's more onion. Could you try to say something a little less unfortunate sounding? You two will peel away the layers of the truth like the skin of a wolf, I'm sure of it. He said less unfortunate sounding. Shall I continue? No term limit. I mean, he's been president for at least 12 years, so who knows. He was kidnapped and All Down happened to see it.
Hold it!
Infinite onion. My favorite glitch in Stardew Valley. Could we go over the details? All Down saw the president be kidnapped right over by the orphanage and stand next to the snowman. The murderer crept up behind him, grabbed the brick, and Calm down, Kay. We're simply verifying our understanding of events. Well, that little outburst blew my understanding out of my ears. I know we have to go over all this again, but can we do it less dramatically? Really? Fine. I'm happy to keep answering. If you're happy to keep asking. If he hadn't been there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Backwards long onion. I'm looking for my long onion in the randomizer, in the multi-world. I gotta do big onion skip because I don't have backwards long onion. If Mr. Aldown hadn't been there, that's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain? There's not a whole lot to explain. He saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. But if he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could have happened without any blood being spilled. But could it? He makes it sound as if it was Mr. Aldown's fault he was murdered. That's not what Agent Lang is saying, Kay. It's what he means is that Aldown was the only person who died at the orphanage that night. Well, of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. But the ransom was paid and he came home safely. She's right, of course, but why does something bother me about that? Maybe we're taking another look over the evidence. Finished discussing things? Let's continue. He need Lunyon? Lunyon. They had to move his body.
Hold it!
Sir Fetch does have it. This is another important part of our current theory. Shall we go over the details again? All right, what did Aldown see? He saw the president being kidnapped from right in front of the building. But the kidnappers were keen to avoid any suggestion they might be connected with the orphanage. Yep, so they replaced the film in Aldown's camera and staged a photograph of the kidnapping occurring farther away from the building. And then they moved Aldown's body to a location consistent with what that picture showed. Grrr, the secrets buried underneath the snow 12 years ago are coming to light. And we're sure that's really what happened? What's the matter, Edgeworth? I get the sense we're not seeing everything. There's something else at play. There is? But what? There's a piece of evidence we've discovered that Agent Lang's theory can't explain. Blood!
Objection!
Oh, ho, ho, ho. You're saying there would have been no murder if Aldown hadn't witnessed the kidnapping? But is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president. So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. And yet it remains possible that Aldown wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Aldown was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else? Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it, but it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two! You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night? Whoever covered up this other homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. This shows that something else happened that night. Did something else happen? I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. So, that's part of it. We'll come back to that. Thanks to female corner the race. We saw. What did he say? Apparently there was something weird's going on. Why was he there in the first place? What was his name? Alf. He's a journalist. Why would he be at the orphanage at a weird time? So that's possibly a line. Is it the fire? Could it be just the fire?
Take that!
Okay. I already forgot case 2. What about case 2? In the jail? What about that happened that night? That's when we'll do. 18 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. In the ring. Yeah. Sacrifice like a son. 2 years MC midnight. Yeah. Supposed to meet Amelie Fenn at the Orbit of Midnight. Witness was murdered by moved the photograph of the killing being staged. If it's not the fire, I'm gonna try this.
Take that!
Okay. It is. It is? It is. It is? What's in this? What's in... What is... Okay. Okay, sure. Alright, okay. Excelsius Winter tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness, but there was one piece of evidence, one piece, that he wasn't able to suppress. Thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang. Yeah, his knife dog. My father. Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with all the other evidence from the crime scene. Oh, the existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winter wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have, that's why. What was it? It's right here in this picture. Is it? The picture my father kept. I think we can all agree that the president is on the right-hand side, and that's the Torosaurus toy in his hand. But who's that standing across from him? Who else is bald? Oh. Oh? Could it be? He does have a dog. Oh, I did not for a moment think that was him. Okay. Eastern robes and a black dog that can only be Canis. What? The creepy assassin guy. Bald. He is an assassin. Yeah, well, I guess that makes sense. Started doing a bit. I'm never doing a bit, chat. Never. Only one bald person exists. Because in 12 years, no one can change anything about themselves. What would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can only think of one thing. That's right. It wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination. And Ward, what a fucking crazy depiction of Excelsius. Ward and Lagarde and Chairman Winter. Yes, I think they were complicit, more than complicit. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Winter is also bald without his wig. It's fine. I didn't think that was a dog. I don't know. It's fine. I was just so amused by the drawing itself. Mr. Alden was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination, and not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all. It was a tapir, yeah. Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently. Yeah, we even met him. Indeed, so we have a president killed 12 years ago, and a president killed in the last 48 hours. Someone in chat reminded me, I don't think it was intentionally like a spoiler, but someone's like, wasn't there talk of body doubles in the first case? 2 presidents? Spirit channeling. That's impossible. Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be 2 presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot. Regardless of what happened, it still respected him. Zhang Feng might not be a big... Yeah, and he changed drastically. The president he spoke of was a noble and capable leader. The president's mask is well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were 2 completely different people. But how could one country have 2 presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it was possible. They were twins, mistaken identity. One of the two was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. A body double? President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Zhengfa, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago. It's true. Amnesia, long lost son, and a body double. We're hitting off every trope. There were more than a few assassination attempts, but that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof. Do we have proof that there was more than one president? We must. What? Oh God. What would do that? How would I go about proving that? There's no footage of him leaving. Didn't see the president pass through. God, how is that still relevant? Yeah. Channel Ball Monkey, yeah, there's some good bits. Okay. Yeah. Okay, recovery was on by Sean. Mr. President, midnight confirmed. His presence at the embassy was confirmed until midnight? When was he kidnapped? Supposed to meet at midnight.
Take that!
I don't think he's noticed the contradiction. I didn't notice it either. Or is he just unable to accept it?
What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden.
In Amelie's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. I'm glad I spotted it, because I was running out of evidence to check. It shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time. Huh? How come? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy with your father, Agent Lang. That also explains how he was able to get away from his bodyguards so easily. Because there were two of them. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in two places at once is if there were two of him. Ow! So the real president, that was the one who died 12 years ago? I think it might have been. But why? And who? Who would have hired Canis to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again at the piece of evidence we've recently discovered was a fake. The fake evidence, what was it again? This.
Take that!
The picture taken with Mr. Aldown's camera was staged sometime after his murder, and Mr. Aldown was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. So who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so he could take his place permanently? So actually, Sean's a hero because he killed a criminal. And Excelsius winner Fifi Lagarde helped him do it. Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. Are you telling me it magically disappeared? No, in fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time. Oh!
Take that!
Oh no! Oh no, oh no. Chairman Winter dug something up last night. Something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important. That's pretty good. Because why would you assume it's anything other than the ransom money? We didn't know it was a body double. Christ. Wait, you mean? That's right, the real president's body. It's highly likely anyway. The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that the construction's due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie and the recovery of the president's remains. I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh? Pretty fucked. We need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again. Yeah, I guess we do. If there was a body under one of them, there should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get somebody from forensics. This case is insane. Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis. Traces of human remains were found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried.
So it really was him.
Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsius Winner. What kind of bones? The physique looks to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it. Is that what was in the duffel bag? So Eustace was accidentally kidnapped by his own dad and tied up and left next to a dead body in the fucking closet? As suspected, the real President Wong was killed 12 years ago. No one can tell Eustace about this, and the SS5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide. Wow, so it really was a murder, huh? This case is taking so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track. Perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm that we understand everything correctly. Good idea, let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage. 12 years ago, the real president visited the orphanage. His aim to meet his infant son. The P stands for President. The footprints we originally assumed to be those of Aldown seem likely to have actually been made by the president upon his arrival. A real president, but instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin Bodhidharma Canis. That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to... Indeed. But at least with Mr. Canis, we can be sure the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then after the assassination, another tragedy occurred. Mr. Aldown's murder. Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. That was the site that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far enough away that he believed what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point... Oh, the body double had come to meet up with his co-conspirators, walked right up behind Aldown. Leading to our unfortunate eyewitness being murdered by the man who was plotting to replace the president. So it was the body double who moved Mr. Aldown's body too? I think it probably was. But none of the footprints could have been his, could they? Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. What shows how the body double managed to move the body without leaving any footprints? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Oh.
Take that!
I have an idea. What if he moved Aldown's body like this? After killing Mr. Aldown, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job is to look just like the president's, he would have been wearing the same shoes. And much like Jesus, he masked his numbers by walking in the footprints. If he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president, of course, his would have been the same shape and size. He was in the costume. It would have looked like a single set of footprints. So that's how it all went down. I'm so glad we finally figured it out. Wait, but there's one thing I still don't get. There is? What? Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping? Mr. Aldown had seen the president at the orphanage and left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message. So they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true, by staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw. Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lagarde. She's the one in the trench coat? How can you be so sure of that? The two of them would have had to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before. Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers. The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9, too small for Chairman Winner, in other words. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. And that explains how a so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. Jeez. It does. Which means my father must have... He must have? Noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof. But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct? No, he appears to have kept hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wong was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news ever got out.
Zhang Fa had been plunged into chaos, no doubt. So he kept it a secret, and that secret died with him, even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping and our family name being ruined. So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it. Well, it's finally coming to light at last. Wow. And that child was Kay somehow. Is it indeed? Intriguing. Huh? What? Who's there? Huh? Oh, he did escape, didn't he? He did escape from prison. A bell? Hey, what's up? What a Darmakinus! Dougie. What the heck are you doing here? We're the law. You think you just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem? Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect. Yeah, he didn't change his clothes. You killed President Wang! I did, but it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned, or someone else, I should say. Someone you're looking for, I suppose. Exactly, that's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary to find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat. You know who they are? In a manner of speaking, what did you call them again? A secret mastermind? Yeah. It's your friend in the red raincoat. Red raincoat? The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Albert? The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life, you know, 12 long years ago. But he's not just in cuffs? What are we doing? What are we doing? As you have surmised, it was I who killed the president. But that means that I, too, became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter, president, Winner, Lagarde, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup, again, they might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. Okay. You try cuffing a super assassin. Yeah, done. He's surrounded. What is he gonna do? It was the president's body double who hired you. I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday. You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? Because that's the job? When I was out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't be just as good as him? There was a difference, of course, even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it, boy? No. So guys wish he became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes. Rook's not around, that means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. Of course I do. I'm the leader now, me! Seems like King and his knights were much the same. The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness, a young woman named Amelie. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals. Locals such as Chairman Winner. Once Miss Fen had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap. The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity. Indeed, and with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete. And Miles is trying to step into his father's shoes, Warden Lagarde. Quid pro quo, where might I find the pup? What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same? He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage. Yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of a prank, right? A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. The bigloo. From there, he happened to see Winner and Lagarde carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. Okay. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. Why? And being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. With a little prank. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire.
Okay. No way, that's what the fire was for. It must have been ever so beautiful. Winter and Lagarde were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance. Classic side entrance. You never answered my question. You think he's the one behind all this? I do indeed. Don't I, but it is, yes I do. What is happening? I mean, kerosene lamps are not unheard of. And he established that it was for the igloo, which also makes sense. Seems he had a lot of kerosene, but whatever. As you have surmised, it was I who killed the president.
Hold it!
You were pretty forthcoming with that particular admission. If I'm honest, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm tired of all the killing. But back then, I felt that death was my path. I embraced it and strove to learn what it had to teach. I have made my peace with that, and I am happy to admit it. Aren't I, boy? Yeah. I'm not sure what he's talking about, but I definitely don't like the sound of it. He thought nothing of murdering the president, and not only is he an assassin, he's now a prison escapee. Not someone to be trifled with. But we can't afford for him not to talk. I'll need to tread as carefully as I can. You killed the president, and you're happy to admit it. Oh, very much so. I wouldn't want you to thinking I drew my blade and missed. But that meant that I too became an inconvenience.
Hold it!
You a target, but you're an assassin. And you need like some sort of an ass assassin. Assassin. Sometimes the hunter must become the hunted. Sometimes the living must become the dead. Please, Kay, don't feel the need to add a proverb of your own. Impermanence is inherent to the way of the assassin. Life takers' lives are taken, so it goes. Does that mean the people you're sent to kill sometimes try to kill you back, or? It happens occasionally, but it's not what happened this time. The imposter, President, Winter, Lagarde, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. Oops.
Hold it!
Brain cell. But Mr. Canis, you're a professional killer, and a famously skilled one. Surely escaping even 3 attackers would have been little more than a minor inconvenience. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem to forget that without helmet here, I couldn't even walk down the street. Against 3 assailants, I wouldn't have lasted more than a few moments. So even the most proficient assassins are ill-equipped to face a full frontal assault. We're not hugely fond of such situations, shall we say. I certainly wouldn't have liked my chances. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup, they might have even succeeded.
Hold it!
Normal to handcuffs through the police car window. As he's talking, he's just further and further inside of police custody. So the two of you had met before on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve, 18 years back. Okay, that long ago? But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. All right, okay, yeah. It was snowing, more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I had taken Helmut out for a little walk. How old is Helmut? He noticed something and bounded off through the snow. When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at a car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but eventually, I managed to open one. Oh, inside I found 2 young boys shivering and semi-conscious. 2? Yes, and had I found them even an hour later, the poor wretches would never have made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage. There's something significant about what he just told us. No, that's not very significant. Yeah. Never tell me otherwise. But especially noteworthy. What? Wouldn't it be the people that he found? The date? This was on Christmas Eve, you're certain of that? I am. Holy smokes! We have something that shows why that date is so significant. IS-7? Yeah.
Take that!
Clearly it's the type of car. That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred, the murder of a well-known sculptor. I forgot Eddie was here. No way! An incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. We're really tying everything together. So one of those 2 kids was the kid from 12 years ago who then grew up to become the mastermind. It's just, it's everything. The son of the victim, Artie Frost, and the son of the murderer. Oh, what do I know about them? One of them, like, fucked off. It was Augusto's son. Fucked off to another country. And then the other one actually disappeared. Oh, I don't remember. It's been too long. We knew very little, but there were little tidbits about, like, what happened to each of them. Got finished with a bang. The son of the murder. Now you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh? Intriguing. Gusto's son vanished. And what about Artie's son? Artie's son showed up to claim the inheritance. So it's gotta be Gusto's son. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense. Gusto fucked off there, son. Yeah. Gutso. It would. One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see. It must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Gusto's son from getting to the competition. All because the confectioner killed a guy to win a dessert competition. Because without his son to taste his creations, Gusto would have had no chance of winning. So that was what it was. So that's what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details. They weren't? No. When we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them. And the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memory. Okay, alright, okay. They weren't able to remember their names? Wow, so they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids. If what he's telling us is true, that would seem likely, yes. Wait, there were rails? Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next? By all means. Fuck this game. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. People from 12 years ago. You mean Lagarde, Winter, and the president, I assume? Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison, where he was an inmate this whole time. I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been, but then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course. Because you murdered President Wong, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. So she had leverage over him being the prison warden, and he had leverage over her because of what he knew. So that's why he had all that extra stuff in his cell. He had all that, yeah. Yeah, alright, okay. If someone had exposed the president as a fake, because he was the fixer and he could get whatever he wanted, it would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winter, too. Exactly. And not only that, I happened to overhear something else interesting that night. What else? What else can they add on? I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting at the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like. I know you're a very busy man, but that's where I'll be. Goodbye. Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know you are President Wong. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I'm employed to kill, which in this case means you. He's really good at his job. No. Wait, this is my first chance to meet him. And it might be my only chance. Please, give me just a few minutes longer. I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said, and shook his head. Neither was I, but the world would know that I have one now, which I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to the worst. And the son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct? Horns? You can see them? I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see. And for longer than you may realize. The president means to tell the world about Sean. Meant to tell the world. And prepared something in case of the worst. But it's not enough simply to have Canis's word on the matter. Of course. We have something that proves what he's telling us is the president said is true. The will. A will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us, after all. The name in the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked. With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time, and Sean's true identity with it. President Wong was more agile than I anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark. It was Canis who tore the horn off the Torosaurus doll and removed one of the messages from the doll. I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and that poor pup. Okay. We remained in contact after I was sent to prison. So you were able to continue communicating with him from prison? I was, via a post office box. What's that? It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address. I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see. By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about? We were playing correspondence chess, of course, that and griping about our respective lots in life. Correspondence chess? Didn't you used to play that with... As unlikely as may seem, Mr. King's chess opponent was Mr. Knight? Yeah, it was Mr. Knight. We found the diagram of the game in his cell, too. So does that mean Knight had something to do with all this I7 business? Wait, could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knights to IS-7? Fucking God. Fuck this case. Fuck this game. Their sons would visit Tinkerell's mansion up through the days of the incident, the days of the incident was unknown. Oh God, I have to think back. Soon enough, my family was going on, going to eventually happened 12 years ago. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wait. The fucking ring.
Take that!
The fucking ring. Why didn't I think about it earlier? Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chess set. Look at the fucking ring. The ring. What about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it if you would. Not design. That's Paul Halik's trademark mark. His mark. It looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work with into a ring. But why would Knight have been carrying it? And why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident? I tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case went down. He was Frost's son. Fuck this game. But if I remember rightly, old Frosty boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing, so I never got to hand it back to him. Not till later, anyhow. I heard on the grapevine they found him in the end and gave him the goods. Including the seal, it would seem, which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death. Motherfucker. So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son. The cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over. And we were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right? I'm all mad. Knight was the son, then who's Gusto's? I don't know. But whoever they are, they're the masterminds. So our secret string puller is Bronco Knight?
Objection!
No. Dirk Gently. Knight is dead. How could he possibly be involved in our current case? Far out. Our only candidate for genius mastermind is a guy who already kicked the bucket? That's impossible. How can a dead guy be behind all this? It is a little perplexing, but then who else could it be? Then I stopped hearing from him and couldn't help but worry. That was such a big tangent for one line of testimony. He stopped responding. That seems strange. I'm glad you agreed. Helmut did too, of course. That big scary mutt really said that? But like, woof, woof, that's barking mad? He does not need to talk in order for me to hear him, my dear. He doesn't? Okay, well then let me ask you something. That looks like he's giving me the super intense kind of scary glare. He's not trying to say he's hungry, is he? He might be. He might be. Mr. Edgeworth, help! Kay isn't fond of Canis's pet, it seems. Yes, there's a good boy. Of course, I stopped hearing from the pup. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up over the place.
Hold it!
It does all seem like a little too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? An attempt was made on the life of the man who was pretending to be President Wong all these years. Warden Lagarde murdered Bronco Knight while he was being held at the prison she ran. An Excelsius winner, chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, murdered Rosie Ringer. And the more I think back, the more it seemed all the time that some mysterious other presence was lurking behind those incidents. Yes, even from behind bars, it was rather obvious that something strange was going on. It rather piqued my curiosity.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. You thought you'd temporarily regain your freedom? Could you be any more brazen? Yeah, even a thief would struggle to get away with something like, I thought I'd temporarily steal it. Fear not, nobody was injured in the course of my escape. It wasn't necessary after all, I have my ways, let's leave it at that. Is it one of the, 5,000 tunnels leading out of the prison?
No way, pal. You escaped. I ought to arrest you right now. There'll be no need for that, Detective. As soon as my business is concluded, I'll return home to my cell. Are you serious? Prison isn't supposed to be some place you can just stroll in and out of when you please. Strange that you should say that. Weren't you the one who strolled in to try and dig into my past only recently? You... Yeah, but he's not a prisoner. Agent Lang, Detective Gumshoe.
Thank you, Ed. What did he? Yeah. Look at all those guys. I need to be able to answer to. I need to be able to question Mr. Canis further. Could you both try to remain calm for now?
Sure thing, sir. Kinda knew you were gonna say that. Fine, but I'm not taking my eyes off of Dogman, not even for a second, you hear?
Sometimes chat just needs a little bit of emote time.
Oh, the candy corns. I did so used to enjoy tapping on my little letters in Braille.
Hold it!
In Braille? That's how you wrote all of them?
That's right. I have the tools to do so in my cell.
Huh? So you have to use special tools? I never thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense. What exactly did you write about, if you don't mind my asking?
Oh, this and that. General chit-chat and chess moves, of course.
You wrote the chess moves in Braille, too? That's interesting. Speaking of chess moves, how does that piece you carved yourself move, the dog? Perhaps we can talk about that later. For now, I'd like to know what happened when the letters stopped.
I sat in my cell and tried to imagine where he might have gone.
Okay, nope, I don't get it. Who does he mean? Who's this pup he keeps talking about? Who indeed? Seems not even Canis knows his true identity. We should focus on what we do know, that there was a connection between the two of them.
I'm interested in how that connection was maintained.
So what's suspicious about the Braille? Why was he suspicious about the Braille? Or am I on the wrong train of thought? Well, we have this back. Next move, bishop to g2. I'm just gonna present this?
Objection!
Okay. You said you wrote all of your letters in Braille, is that correct?
I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you?
That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all. Is that odd? I guess the idea is that Canis wrote this, sent to Bronco by Canis. Printed rather than handwritten. Wouldn't have been transcribed by someone? Okay, well, sure. How so exactly? Maybe someone typed Mr. Canis' letters out on purpose? Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them. I mean, we know that all this stuff was read, so, like, that makes sense. So then... Oh. Mr. Canis says he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet... This is a ridiculous diagram. The letters received by Mr. Knight contain no Braille at all. This suggests that there must be a third party who typed Canis' letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille. They could indeed. Okay. Okay. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Mr. Canis, the answers you received, they were written in Braille too, yes. So some mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronxter's missives. And that same person might well be our secret string puller. We need to find someone who knows Braille.
You're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? Who's this new one?
Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. So what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for?
Carmelo Gusto's son. Who is he, and where is he?
Oh god. If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be... I've known him since we were kids when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. Him? But surely not. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet.
Of course. It all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is.
Who? You have to tell us. I can hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well. I started thinking along these lines. I didn't open up the list of profiles because I didn't want to think about it, but I was doing some process of elimination in my brain of like who's a character who's approximately the right age that we've met and has shown up a couple times. And the person is Penny! Yeah. Let me just confirm. It really is process of elimination. And I don't remember him saying those things. But is it Simeon?
Take that!
Oh god, it's Simeon. But he had Money the monkey. That monkey only likes good people. How did he trick the monkey? The person who forced Chairman Winter's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all. Who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster. What? Did you really just say what I thought you said? Yes, the monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind. I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe the monkey's piloting him Ratatouille style, making him commit crimes. Maybe the monkey's the bad one. I hate to even present it as a theory, but maybe, possibly. Hey, you've heard the big monkey, JC. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. It's a show you won't want to miss. You would die to see it. That's right. The circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You have oodles of fun. Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor? I need to go back and look at every fucking thing he said. Because did he say really crazy, weird shit every time? And I just was like, yeah, he's just a weird guy. Little old me, what kind of favor? Should I let Chat out of jail now? Probably. No, Chat says no. I think you can. I think Chat likes emote only mode. You told us you recorded the sound of Torosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps? Oh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy, did I hear him. 1,000,000 years. All right, well, if that's what they want. Can we listen to the tape? You surely can. Let's see now. That's it. That sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind all this, it's all falling into place. Miss Hart, you saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not? Yep, snap me a picture of it too. Even if you can't rightly see it so well. We can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Your image analyzer, can we borrow it again? No, no. Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir? The photograph right here. Gotcha, I'm on it. No. No. God damn it, no. I'm gonna look over here. Well, I guess there's nothing. Gotta go. Nothing here either. Well, I'm all out of ideas. Oh well. That's... See? I done told y'all. Torosaurus has his own dang self. Yes. There it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme. Monster? Monsters are real and he murdered everybody. You ready to admit it that he's dang well real? The big bad bull himself?
Objection!
No, because that isn't Torosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this if you would. The very big circus flyer. Oh wait, look. You see it? The enormous lion balloon? Don't tell me he was in a hot air balloon and no one noticed. Fuck off. Fuck off. Stop. I can't stretch my fucking plausible fucking suspension of disbelief this far. That's the real monster. And the sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature breathing fire? Oh, come on, you're really gonna bring me crashing down to earth like that. Thanks for the hydrate. That's how balloons fly. They burn gas to make hot air. They do, and our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without going near the elevator. And no one saw it. You know, I was enjoying this case, and now it's just stupid. So this culprit, they got something to do with the circus. Circus worker, friend of the Bronxster, son of Gusto. Whoa, 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 you're not serious. You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. Oh my god. That person was you! They really put a monkey on his head piloting him like a mech, and I went, this man is innocent of all charges. Fuck, he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right, Money the Monkey is the one pulling the strings. Simeon, say... Yeah, Simeon, but everything, really? I don't believe you. We trusted him, he trusted us. You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be too horrible. I'm sorry, Kay. Oops. Hold it. Who was that? Hey, where do you think you're going, old man? Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done. What? No, Mr. Canis, wait. Uh-oh, he's got a dog. Just slide the dog in the frame, flash, they're gone. Mwah. Beautiful. Damn it, he disappeared. Well, there are only 1,000 of us and one of him, but yeah, he got away. Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't worry, I'm fine. I was wearing my dog repellent. But, damn you! Are you alright, Sean? He killed my dad, he did, right? There's no easy way to say it, but sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did. He won't get away with it, I'll make him pay. Somehow, some way, I'll...
Overruled.
Yeah, overruled. No, Sean, you mustn't say such things. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both.
I'll just put the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Canis.
I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means... to the circus. Before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Agent Lang. The entire circus is going down. Mo is gonna pay for this. It's too bad we're in Gorgon mode for my Bargliacci. There is what? Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is the planet's capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. And Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping.
Yes, sir.
I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth. Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing, even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it, but I'm going to put things right once and for all. Oh my god. Oh my god. So, I guess we can probably be out of emote only mode. At least for now. Check and have take a lap. The one thing I was like, is there a mystery here? Thank you, Ed. Was that the whole thing of the fire being started and burning the legs and the table tilted over and then the cow head fell down. Put me back in. That all seemed very contrived and suspicious, and it being, oh, I left the heater on and then left to take a phone call, and then that smushed him right on that very spot. Just seemed like a lot of very convenient situations. So yeah, I didn't expect that. I can't functionally. It's okay. You'll learn. Anyway, we're back to the goddamn circus. Fuck. God damn it. They even got the monkey in jail. And the snakes in jail, and the elephants in jail, the birds, everyone's in jail. This place sucks. Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Put Regina into... She's innocent. Did you guys come to watch the show? Hello, Miss Barry, Mr. Saint. You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. But I'm glad you kept your promise. Yes, I remembered you giving me this. That's so great. You're gonna have so much fun. I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. I think you've surprised me enough for one day already. What are you talking about? I can't prove the guy in Reddit being a clown is supposed to be a reference. That doesn't change the fact that he's the Joker, baby. Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Barry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct? Oh, yeah. What is this exactly? I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for. You do. I hate this so much. He used the balloon. Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that would be Simeon. But wait, you don't mean... He's gonna go, yep, it was me, and then we're gonna lock him up, and it's gonna be the shortest wrap-up of a case in history. Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you? Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I needed to put in some extra hours. At night, when it would have been even more difficult than usual? A strange time to decide to practice. Why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying? That picture of the hot air balloon just makes me extremely rationally mad. That you weren't practicing at all, you were taking an unconscious K to the top of the big building. In order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky. And the only person able to make that happen would have been you. But Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand. That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it? Explorer Ninja? I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I'd never, ever, ever do anything like that. I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has completely been destroyed. That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail. You said you believed and I was innocent. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. They sure were close. Fuck. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me. We didn't lie. I swear. Simeon, you said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person. I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to do. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch-manipulator behind all our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Fool me once? That's a dick move. Fool me twice? I should learn to stop being fooled. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention. I think you have to still book them with something. Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine. A normal, innocent person thing to say. Okay. Oh. Oh, he's trained them well. Hey, Dan. You're just in time for clown times. Hope you had a good stream. Hold on, I gotta jam out this real quick. It's the clown hours. I hope Dan had a good stream. Appreciate y'all coming by. We're pretty far into the final case of this game, and I can't really explain what's happening. We've got like 3 overlapping cases that are coming to a head right now. But we just show up to be like, hey, this guy's mean, and he went, I'm a mean clown. So, hi. Yeah, I really can't explain what the fuck's happening. More like 4. Yeah, we several over. A lot of shit has left at this point. So we finally got him to admit through his actions that he's an evil clown. This is a banger song. Anyway, well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. Yeah, we need a Kefka laugh in here. I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you. The squirrel holding up the cat, puffing out his cheeks is so good. Simeon, this can't be true, can it? Truth, lies, what does it matter? Huh? All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. They do a little flip in the air. Let him go. What is that face he's making? And now he's going to pay. Oh, good God. Oh, I was just practicing. You know, I'm glad that they had him do this transformation before we started getting his testimony. Because we know, I mean, it's like, it would just been dragging out. If he was like, who, me? I'm innocent. Like, he just immediately like, okay, I look evil now. Let's talk. I went up in the balloon a couple nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing. You go up in the balloon reasonably often? Yeah, promoting the circus, like I said. Is that true, Miss Barry? Well, it's true that it's Simeon's job to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now. The fucking monkey in jail behind him is distracting. And the tiger. Everybody in the area would have seen him up there, I guess. That's why no one was like, why is there a hot air balloon in downtown? That same balloon was used in the commission of a crime. Nonsense, I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building, that's all. I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby, thank you very much. Donkey Kong Jr. 3. Donkey Kong. Sure, I went up in the balloon, but I was just practicing.
Hold it!
There are a lot of animals in this game. This balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus? Happy Donktober, everybody. No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from. I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few 100 pounds. It's kind of impressive that it can even get off the ground now that I think about it. I'd prefer if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon? Well, give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track, sheesh. We use a truck. You just load it on the back and away you go. Does the truck look a little something like this truck? Is it that one? Is it the blue truck? A truck, you say? Yeah, last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago. That could be important. You better keep it in mind. Last time I took the balloon out on the truck would have been the day before last.
Hold it!
Miles Edgeworth off track. Just to confirm, the truck hasn't been anywhere else since then? Why would you need to confirm that? I just told you, didn't I? Answer the question, or are you trying to avoid this one too? Oh, that was a cheap shot even for you. If I say something, you don't need to confirm it just because I just said it. See how that works? But since you insist, the truck's been parked out back since the day before last, and the balloon was still loaded on the back, basket and all. Now explain to me why that even matters. Not right now. I think I'll just thank you for giving me a straight answer for once and leave it there. He means to insist the truck has been parked there since 2 days ago. I think you might have let more slip there than you realized, Mr. Saint. Are you done? All right. As I was saying, I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building.
Hold it!
Big building. So you're saying you just happened to fly past somebody with a camera too? I get it. I'm starting to understand how you think, Miles. Next, you'll say something like, there's no way that was a coincidence, right? Is he trying to JoJo our asses? Then it's down the slippery slope to there's no such thing as coincidence. Now there's a scary thought. What the fuck with that face? What is he doing? Okay. I go in to get dinner. Why is the clown? Welcome. We're in the circus. And we are the circus. That's not what Mr. Edgeworth was saying at all. Why can't you just... Don't play into his hands, Kay. He's deliberately trying to frustrate us. He's hoping that by needling us, he'll be able to avoid the question. And why do you think he'd be trying to do that? Because he's a clown? No, because he's got something to hide. Precisely. So we can't let up. We have to stay on the offensive. But we have to remain calm while doing so. Hey, Simeon, this highly capable prosecutor's assistant has a question for you. Are you trying to tell us you just happened to fly past the big building? He's right, you know. I wasn't going to answer. But you're so bad at this, Kay, I guess I better throw you a bone. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Clowns always have something to hide. Usually it's just like a long string of rags tied together, but you're in charge of both the promotional work the balloon is used for and the balloon itself. Is that correct? You don't believe a word I say, do you? But it's true. Ask the boss. Right, boss? Yep, Simeon's in charge of keeping it clean and making sure it's all working properly and everything. I don't think anybody ever even touches it, except for him. Not lately, anyhow. Interesting. I think we can safely say he was in the balloon when it was photographed the other night. But if he's our mastermind, there are parts of his plan he would have had to carry out today, too. Perhaps we need to dig into those a little more. By the big silence, it's not like this is tricky stuff to process. There was a balloon. It was flying through the sky like balloons do. End of story. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all.
Hold it!
Nothing at all. Regina has had a rough go of it across the 2 games we've seen her in. Is that so? Not only were you flying at night, multiple crimes were committed on the same evening. And you expect me to believe that there's nothing to see, as you put it? Are you trying to provoke me, Miles? It's not very nice, you know, starting fights with people. I'm a clown. We're all about smiles, not frowns. He's certainly skilled at steering the conversation away from the topic in hand. But that's not gonna help him. I just have to stay on the attack. We don't know a lot about his balloon just yet. We should try and learn more about it. The truck.
Objection!
The truck. But the truck was somewhere else when you said it was over here. Checkmate. This truck wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance. So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today, one with a large basket loaded on the back. If that was the truck you told us about, then your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. And that changes very little. But you know. Oh, hey. Emma's here! Agent Lang, Emma! There you are, Mr. Edgeworth, at last! I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away. And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. A blue truck. Hot air balloon. Well, well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. I'm almost certain of it.
Objection.
He's got his own objection line. That just because it's blue, like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one? No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure.
Objection.
Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? That wasn't me. Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence. You sound just like him. Show me. I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it. What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck? The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. No way, you can tell from that. What needs to prove it's the same truck? Fingerprints? I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints. Huh? Why would you want to do that? Because I expect to find a certain, very specific set of prints. And if I do, that will prove beyond all doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Whose prints will prove it was the truck we saw? Mine! So you're the criminal! You think you're gonna find your own prints on there? I'm glad they flashed that back, because I definitely forgot they touched the truck. Because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time? That's why I'm here. One moment, please. Alrighty, take it away, Mr. Edgeworth. Me? Of course. Who else did you think was gonna do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how. Fine. Okay. I'll spread the powder over the area you want to search for prints like this. Moving the cursor and pressing why are we mini-gaming right at this late hour? It sticks to fingerprints, blow it away, the excess, blow it away with your mouth. Foo. Foo foo. Alright, you got that? Yeah, thank you. Now let's try it for real. There's no need to go crazy. Okay, alright, okay. Stupid game. Foof. I did it. I did it. Maybe a little more on the edges. Phew. Phew. I gotcha. That's it. Nice clean print you got there. Can we compare it to my prints right away? Yep, leave it to me. Did we just bring the oh. Did we just bring the whole truck in here? That confirms it. It's Edgeworth's print. It made the jingly noise. And with that, another lie is exposed. Yark! Why does he have to stick his tongue out every time he does anything? Also, don't hold the banana by the ear. Don't do that. So what were you doing in the truck? Oh, just driving around for fun, you know. Because he's a clown. You're damn right he's a clown. Kay was abducted 2 nights ago. And your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. And your truck was sighted nearby.
Objection.
Coincidence, nothing more. You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions, simply by chance? Just be honest, you were involved in both. What makes you think they were even connected?
Objection.
Ergo, a certain important piece of evidence, that's what. Heh, oh, this should be good. What connects Kay and Sean's abductions? Oh wait, there was something about this. The drug.
Take that.
Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative, and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less. I knew you'd try something like this. So the same sedative was used. So what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do, that doesn't prove anything for sure. Yeah, we must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up, just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting.
Objection.
No, I'm nothing like you.
Objection.
Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? It's no use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings. Okay, you about done there, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire? Great. Well, I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind...
Objection.
Let's go, Eddie. Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simeon, old pal? What are you sticking your nose in for? I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah. Thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old great thief magic. You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see if I can do Simeon's voice. Here goes. Objection. What are you... Take this seriously, will you? Thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, Milester. Not the most ethical approach I know, but again, Kay, again. We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests he is our mastermind? Let me go inside my brain. Of course. Canis was looking for our secret string puller too. The young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Saint was that same young pup, then perhaps. But what evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? The Braille?
Take that.
I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. And that same person might well be our secret string puller. That's right, our mastermind was involved in Canis and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. And if I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them... Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show, so if you don't mind... Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here, and I can't take any more of your interventions. Just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Miles Reno's back in the game for sure. I'm Simeon, the funny clown. Look at me. I'm, juggling. Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it? Huh? Where'd that come from? Chess? Sure, I don't hate it. Gust! Tony Bob! Objection. Overruled. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Our secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Canis.
Objection.
I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind? Mind chess. No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted themselves between Canis and Knight. You think that person was me? He. Why would I go to all that trouble? That's crazy. To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him. What? You're saying he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
Objection.
Listen to yourself. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? I mean, do you see how you're dressed? You've seen me. I can barely even get the animals to do what I want. But if we could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Canis, that would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find letters. You won't, trust me. Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Well, I get hung up on the past, right? He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks. Guess he went in without the evidence he needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know. This doesn't prove anything either. We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options? You accuse me of betraying my friend and you don't even have any proof? You're despicable. Who was that? Oh, hi. Miss Barry? What does she want? Sorry, it's just, I was thinking about what you were saying and, this Knight person? You mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend? Yes, what of it? Does she know something? A letter came from him this morning for Simeon. What? What did you... How is that possible? Knight is dead. Miss Barry, we need to see this letter right away. Sure, here you go. Wax seal and all. Let's open it up, shall we? It's another correspondence chess letter. The next move from the game with Mr. Canis. If anybody else smelled checkmate. Can't wait to see your face when you lose, but you were never gonna beat me, not at chess. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route. Well, we do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time. Interesting, it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you are the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected. Curse you, Bronco, you're still getting in my way even now. I hate you. Innocent person would say that. Simeon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend. We weren't friends. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago. Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words. Thank you, V-Bot. Thanks for the prime. This is my circus, and the monkeys are mine too. They're yours? Monkey. I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest, but then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this, and if I don't do what he says, he's so scary. Oh. Stop it, Bronco, stop it. I have to go meet my dad, I promised. If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world. But no, he locked me in that car with him, and the two of us nearly died. And they both got amnesia. He thought he could get out, but when he tried, the door was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. But you lost your dad? Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simeon, the victim in the IS-7 incident, was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah, that was my dad's name. Wait, but, oh. So then, Bronco faked being Artie's son to get the inheritance? Maybe? My memories got kinda scrambled that day. What little I remember was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out till later that my dad was murdered. Murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusto, a confectioner.
Really? I never knew Bronco's father's name. Or maybe I chose not to remember. Just thinking about that sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach.
Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer till just now?
Do you think I'd sit on it if I did? No, I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew is that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Or maybe he's wrong. Maybe he's just genuinely misremembering. Just add a little tragic misunderstanding on top of everything else. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. But if he was the one that was tied up, never mind. I'm just gonna... He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die.
I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake.
Okay. A big one. A mistake? What do you mean?
Artie Frost was a sculptor. He had been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Halik.
So I hear, but I don't remember anything about that. Wish I could.
Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father.
Huh? Is this your idea of a joke? It's not funny. Not at all.
You're right, it's not, but you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son.
It's gotta be the ring.
I mean, Bronco could have maybe, they're like, oh, well, the police vetted it. It's like, well, if he had access to Saint's shit, I don't know. Seems like he could have faked it, but Bronco's chess set and a ring? Yes, take a look at the ring for me, if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you?
It's 2 letters, right?
It is. This is the seal with which Paul Halik used to mark his works, and it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago.
But why would Bronco have a memento of my father?
The police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight.
But that's not... That would mean I was...
Precisely. That you are, in fact, the son of Carmelo Gusto.
No, that can't be.
My dad was... I remember, don't I? Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? No way. So I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? Yeah, was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game, so the show is just the icing on top. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I will, and hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set, but you can take a look at it later. A little something? No idea what that might be, but thanks. If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have had to end like this. Huh? Did you say something? Me? Oh, well, it was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco, and farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? Then what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Canis when I stayed in touch with him all these years. Yeah, you needed a role model and you had none around you that were decent. There we have it, the truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Canis' correspondence chess partner, and you were the one manipulating events this whole time. You're right, it was me. It was me all along. Oh boy. Now what? At last, he's finally telling the truth. It was me! This is a story about horrible role models. It really is. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago, but you knew that already. The president's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew this picture. And they knew it too. That's why Lagarde kept questioning me, day in and day out. Yeah, I got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. Uh-huh. My whole life I've been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There was only one person I could turn to, Canis, the man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me. That's quite a claim. Strange to think our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of a child he saved. He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself, and they all became my prey. But I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I sure didn't, and as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever gonna stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was all gonna go down. So he saw right through their plan. How's the killer fit in this? I don't know. I was thinking that too. How Chairman Winter would try to suppress the evidence in Warden Lagarde's trial. And that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict, regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of law. Maybe I did, but how else was I gonna make them pay for what happened 12 years ago? Whatever helps you sleep at night. But Winter pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hope of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so fervently claimed to hate. Objection. That's only if I'd actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I'd never do anything so wicked, never ever. Me commit a crime? No. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun. Huh? Does that make sense? So you admit it, your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge. Sure, I admit it, so what? I despised every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Ringer to tell her about Winter, another to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other, one of them succeeded, that was all on them. So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders? Right. Same thing at Gourd Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know? The whole fake assassination plot, I handed that to Bronco on a plate. That was part of his plan too? So Rook's murder was... Objection. Soup. It was soup? No, that was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing? You can't talk like that about a murder. Setting Lagarde up was easy too. I just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chess set. It was you who put it in there. Yeah, it was. I thought that might point everybody nicely in Canis' direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive. And then, things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to be put into play, of course. Who, me? You solved both cases and finally brought down Winter and Lagarde. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both. Objection! Conspiracies like perjury, not a crime. I didn't solve those cases for your sake. Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right? What did you say? All I had to do was cower and say no a few times, and you rode to my rescue like the hero you are. Was getting arrested part of your plan too? No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold for sure. But then who should come through with the turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation, my knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know? I don't do that for many people. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you, because helping people's what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me right when I needed it most. Okay. Aw, did he? You're sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing. Well, I mean, maybe a little. Come on, K-Meister, don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple, painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people. The poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake? Forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from, and yet... There's more. You can't prove I incited anything. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. You admitted to creating a connection between... Anyway, but it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. That's not true. You kidnapped me. Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters. You. Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. But you created a connection and you included incriminating evidence inside of a thing to set up. You admitted to all that as well. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. He's a slippery one, I'll give him that. There's gotta be something we can do. What about this? Excitement stuff he's talking about. Incitement, K. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. So we just need to prove he told him to do it. You say that like it's gonna be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. You think you can make me carry the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? Thou must dodge my chipmunks 3. Go, my chipmunk. I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? The hot air balloon's just sitting right there. He's gonna ride the pig. What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I trained all of these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? All I'd have to do is say the word, then sidle off stage in the chaos. You wouldn't. Isn't that probably something he could be charged with? He's like threatening to assault everybody here with animals. I'm just spitballing, but you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just as easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. This dude's really bad at being an arch-villain. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show. You will do no such thing. It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go. But knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Fine, I'll humor you. But once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me, and we're done here. Alright, let's see if he can keep me entertained, shall we? He's not gonna give me an inch. But there must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished. A cat is a very good weapon. Think about it. I'm just gonna safety save. In case I explode. The old cat hammer routine.
Hold it!
Do I get punished for pressing on the wrong things like they've done before? You encouraged others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. And if I can prove it, you will be punished just as if you had done the deed yourself. Yeah, what's the word for it? I forgot. Incitement, King. Chairman Winter, Warden Lagarde, and Bronco Knight. All were criminals in their own right, and all committed unforgivable acts. But all were induced to commit those acts by somebody behind the scenes. This man right here. Oh, ho, oh, ho, 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 ho. You really don't hold back, do you, Miles? But it doesn't change anything. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters.
Hold it!
Nowhere at all? Why, you didn't look? I can give you a minute if you like. He's clearly confident I won't find anything. He must have planned those letters down to the last word. I don't want to teach you how to do your job. But if you can't prove I encouraged them to commit those murders, your incitement charge goes up in smoke. Too bad, so sad, huh, Miles? If I did, maybe you have a case.
Hold it!
I know for a fact you made those murders happen. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winter kill little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? You told me yourself.
Objection.
Did I? And you can prove it. If you can't, this ends here. Just ask yourself, could this sweet, innocent boy have done the things you're saying? No, 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 no. Yeah, I hate to admit it, but he's right.
Without proof, we have nowhere to go with this. If we could only prove what he said on that phone call.
Oh yeah, we do have the recording of that, don't we? But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all.
Hold it!
Sweet innocent clown. He's a clown? The same story as always. What do you mean by that?
Why does that matter?
That's not important, dear. You know what is important, though? That you can prove nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, until we have some way of showing that he's guilty, we're just gonna continue floundering. Either I thrust items of evidence in front of him and hope for the best, or I go over it all one more time. Random bullshit go? Whichever method I choose, proof is the only way we're going to get anywhere here. He confessed to me over the telephone. He told me he was the one who made Chairman Winter kill Rosie. Wasn't he using a voice changer, though? I just need to find a piece of evidence that proves what was said on that call. Which was this little guy. Wait, no, not this. Recording the signals intercepted in the bug that was playing on HimSpin. But then, which line do I present that on? Try to pin it on him specifically, somehow. Even if someone charged me, I mentioned murder. I don't mention murder anywhere. But then maybe I have a case. You could say encourage them. But this was the line where they brought up that, so I'll try it here.
Objection!
No?
Objection!
Put it away, Miles. Just put it away. I haven't even finished speaking yet.
Yeah, you really don't need to. I know a bluff when I see it. It's not a bluff. I'm not sure what line to put it on. I'm not about to give up. You can't prove it to anything at all. I think I put in the same. You mentioned him anywhere. Not in the letters, maybe, but you did over here. Is this the right thing, right? The tape? First American plans to say that was the bug they were listening in on, but then we recorded what was said.
Objection!
But this isn't right? This isn't right? What else could it be? But you can't prove it. Did I try it on this line?
Objection!
Why is it that line? They're all the same fucking thing. This game is like so specific sometimes. I feel like it should have worked on those. I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Because all those lines are so vague and about the same thing, but you can't prove it. I guess. Like, you can justify it as making sense, but I would argue that when they're like the punishment is severe, that one piece of evidence is what matters. It should work on multiple lines, but okay. Because you said so yourself. I feel like the ways that they're generous are so few and far between. And like, usually it's really obviously, oh, this line, this contradiction. But when it's like, well, we have you recording it. Anyway, I love Clown Court. There's something I need to tell you. The truth is, I was the one who made the yeah. I said that weird. I don't remember. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I know you think you can worm your way out of everything, but this time you're wrong. I am. Yes, because our conversation was being recorded by somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device you planted. It was. You got your conversation with a clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell us? No. Lang Z says, a schemer's schemes will swallow him in the end. Miss Lloyd, could you play us the tape, please? You bet I can. Got it. It was this part right here. Mr. Edgeworth, that's Judge Gabel's cell phone. Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay. I can't hear, Edgeworth. Sorry. It was right around here. I was as surprised as... Huh? That's weird. Oh. Is something wrong, Miss Lloyd? I'll say. Seems we maybe, didn't quite catch the next part on tape. What? Why? Well, how could it not be on there? Ah, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. But wouldn't this prove that you're the one that bugged the badge and then you're responsible for her kidnapping and we can get you for that? Why else would he know about the bug? It can be turned on and off remotely. What? I never knew they make those.
Remote control bugs? Sure, they exist, but
You switched it off to avoid being recorded?
bingo!
Objection!
But how? You would have had to know you were being recorded in the first place.
Objection!
And I did. Of course I did. It was so obvious that someone was eavesdropping, and that's because
Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the kid prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting.
no. You heard that whole conversation? I did indeed, old pal, but I must say, I thought you would have figured it all out so much sooner. Aren't you supposed to be a genius prosecutor? Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, at the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Ah well. Ah, shucks.
So my tape ain't gonna be a no use to nobody after all?
Come on, I must have recorded something you can use. If only that were true. Hey, K-Meister. Yeah?
The old bugaroo, it was hidden in your pin that whole time, right?
That's shake anything loose from the old brain tree?
I don't know, give me a sec to think. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before.
Objection!
So sad, relying on flawed evidence, desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please.
He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry. Remember the thing from 2 lines ago? Like, I can almost put them on screen at the same time. Okay. Kay had a 1-to-1 encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for? Started about, let's see now, 2 nights back? In which case, during which time frame would be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice on that tape? Oh, God, wait, so last night was, and then, how long recording this was 2 nights back? So it would have been 2 nights ago, because that's when he kidnapped her. Saint abducted Kate and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Maybe it was in his hot air balloon singing about kidnapping someone in his hot air balloon. Play us any tape you have from the night before last. Sure thing. Before he knew that he was being listened to through the bug. That's the sound of the balloon. Indeed it is. At around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. Which means he can't have been too far away from you or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder? Wait, that noise. That was a gunshot. Huh? Huh? Well, you know the cat's staring off into space. It's a good cat. You turned the bug off then too, it seems. Unluckily for you, you were a little late in doing so. Thank you for the prime. My alerts are breaking a bit. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. What are you talking about? Nobody ever even mentioned a gun. Right, because he had gunshot residue on his hand, and we're like, when was a gunshot? He's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. I just need to remember who it was and present the piece of evidence that proves it. Yeah.
Take that!
It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right, she was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be. I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he knows something and told me to leave. This is insane! I hate this case so much. If a gunshot rang out shortly after that, don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording. Holy shit. Ugh. You're just gonna pretend to ignore me? What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too. Weirdly delayed after the gunshot. Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? Or would the bullet have struck? Well, you see, clearly, it, huh? He was aiming at Saint and the bolt struck something. Something like metallic that made a big clang? What would have made a metal clang? It doesn't make sense that it was that. It's probably obvious, but, what, huh? No. Metal flowers? No. Eh?
Take that!
I think the president was firing at the balloon. Why would it make a clang noise? And if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket. Let's take a look and see, shall we? Nah, I don't think so. There's a gas tank. It's fixed to the side of the basket. Doesn't look like it's been hit by any bullets, which is lucky. That would not have ended well for anybody nearby. All right, let's look elsewhere. The rope? There's a super long rope curled up in the bottom of the basket here. Look it over. Are there any signs of him being struck by a bullet? On it. Hey, Mr. Black Suit, take the other end, will you? Yes, ma'am. Nothing here or here. Nope, looks clean. Nothing here either. I guess that wasn't what it hit. Let's move on and find out what it did. Shooting the basket with straw? No, but I thought he would have been shooting at, like, the balloon part. The way that, him aiming at the balloon, I didn't think he had an angle underneath like that. And, like, only parts of this are metal. Anyway, I don't gotta justify it. Let's look over the sides of the basket just in case. I'll start from over here. What are you doing just standing there? Help them too, will you? Yes, Shifu. Huh, nothing. How about over here? This side's clean. Not even a speck of dirt. I'm right about this. I know I am. And you think about the sound it made when it hit. It's like something harder than the wicker part of the basket, like metal. Well, guess it's nothing. A hole with a bullet stuck in it. There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof. Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole? You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will you? All right. No need to get cranky. I don't think he's confessing, is he? Oh, stop. This is stupid. I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gavel and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Why would you be surprised if you're innocently flying a balloon around town? Only the president noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. I hate balloons. Why was he trying to shoot down the balloon, and why wasn't he shooting at the balloon to shoot it down? That's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend, the judge here. Me? Yeah, you. You told him about Sean. What'd you think was gonna happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were gonna expose him as an imposter. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid. Yeah, afraid. You could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me, he couldn't even shoot straight. I think he was aiming for the underside for some reason. Do you see? I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander. Good reason to be surprised, honestly. Yeah. I flew the balloon up to the roof.
Hold it!
Yeah. Hey, Ozu. We have the fantastic musical Simeon. The pacing of this case, as much as I hate everything that's happened since the Simeon reveal, the pacing of this case has been banger. Around what time would that have been? It helps that we're in a separate location for this too. Just after 11, I think. That's when you and your pal went up to the roof, right, Your Honor? Yes, it was. No contradictions there. The fact that we've confirmed the time is important nonetheless. Because I arrived when I did, Judge Gavel and the president were already there.
Hold it!
So you didn't expect to find the two of them there? Of course not. Why would I? But it's lucky I got there when I did. We all know what would have happened if I'd been any later. He was just about to try and kill you, Gavel. You really didn't suspect a thing? I'm afraid I did not. I have no idea.
Maybe you shouldn't have blabbed to him about the kid. Did you ever think of that?
I was merely trying to... Ooh.
What kind of mother are you? You're lucky he didn't kill you then and go after the boy.
Objection!
I'm your opponent here, not Judge Cavell. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to know.
Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll take it from here.
I'm in your debt, Mr. Edgeworth, as is Sean. I trust you'll look after us both. And I pray the goddess of justice will watch over us all.
Hee, your precious goddess didn't even warn you there was a balloon right behind you.
She's not the goddess of balloons. Only the president noticed me and he made the good judge leave right away.
Hold it!
He made her leave, but why? Wasn't he planning to kill her?
Sure, but I'll bet he didn't want to do it in front of witnesses. Murderers don't tend to like that.
How would you know that?
She still didn't know he wasn't the real president, right? His secret was safe for the time being. And now that he knew about Sean, he could kill both of them whenever he wanted.
Goddess of hot air and justice.
You two got lucky when he died, huh? Why the frowns? I'd be smiling from ear to ear if I were you.
Hee. I don't think anybody will be smiling until this matter's been cleared up once and for all. So please continue if you would.
Your wish is my command. Where were we? Oh yeah, that coward of a fake president.
I just need to hear this just once while we have this clown on screen yelling. There we go. There we go. Now we're set. Now we're good.
All right. The coward of a fake president.
I guess a witness suddenly appearing in the sky must have shaken him up pretty badly and he panicked. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired.
Hold it!
Next time he does his laugh. You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket.
I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out that gun. Couldn't have my balloon going pop.
But it was a close run thing. This image is insane. It just... Ugh. And like the composition of it with the full moon. Maybe he was trying to shoot the moon. And the balloon blocked him. Maybe that's what was happening.
So you left right then and there? Of course I did. He was shooting at me. Are you saying there's a problem with that?
Does that present a problem? In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on the rooftop. Which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you?
Oh yeah.
Guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony?
We got him.
Makes no difference to me.
We got him.
After shot me, he escaped through the hatch. No, he didn't. Thanks to Lotta's expert testimony. The hatch that leads to the storeroom where the items from the underground auction were kept.
The auction?
My memories are still a bit fuzzy, but the auction was 2 days ago, right? The auction was being held on the 50th floor that day, and a bunch of people were going in and out of the storeroom while it was happening, yes? They were, which means that if the presidents really did escape that way, as Saint says, somebody must have seen him. There's no way he could have passed through there unnoticed. The problem is the time at which each event occurred. Should the times line up, I can think of a certain piece of evidence that could prove helpful to our case. His story is that he happened to witness the event on the roof from the balloon. If he hadn't come along when he did, Judge Cavell might have been in serious trouble. He's basically your savior, right? I don't think it's quite that simple. After all, he was there to commit a crime too. But in order to expose that crime, we'll need to go over his testimony in detail. There must be a hole in it somewhere, like a hole in his balloon. Where the hell is Lotta's statement? Yeah.
Objection!
There we go.
Blue Badger.
Blue Badger, you're lying to us again.
I am. The president never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact.
What?
And you believe the word of a 2-bit hack over mine? I beg your gosh darn pardon. Say that about the chief again, I dare you. I'll wipe that smile right off your stupid clown face. So we know Lang was camped out on the 51st floor the entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, then how the heck did he get off the roof? An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities, which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch? With the balloon!
Take that!
He flew. He flew? Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon.
Objection!
Whoa. Quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon?
Objection!
There was a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left that rooftop.
Objection.
Maybe he landed the balloon on top of the president and he smooshed him and killed. Well, no, because he died last night. Maybe he just smooshed him lightly. So not enough that he died, but it knocked him out. And then he got out of the balloon, put him in the balloon, left K, and they bailed. You know what the circus is all about? Making the audience think you're in danger, giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. Just a mild crumpling. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, never even blinking for a moment. You bet your big toe I was. I done said as much in my testimony.
Objection.
Huh. So the noise, the sound of Miles' faithful assistant falling through the hatch, that didn't scare you so badly that you fainted? Maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks. Oh, passed out unconscious, you might say. What happened? That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of cake crash landing onto the storeroom floor. It was the gunshot? How would he know about that? So what if I did? Ain't a girl in the world don't got caught a little unaware sometimes? Sorry, Miles, but that's what you get for putting your faith in these people.
Objection.
It doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the room.
Objection.
Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down that hatch. I thought he was going to argue that the gunshot was what made her fall asleep. Leadpipe.wav. What? So what if he did? What would that mean?
Objection.
He heard her testify. Was he in the room for that? Was he? Come now. Surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. If the president hid until after Miss Hart fainted, he could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. No. And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. No, did he have to do that to me in my own voice? That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal, the president, while I was hiding in the shadows. That's why I went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right, it was Sean who murdered the body double.
Objection.
What possible reason could the boy have for doing so? Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him in one of my trademark letters. What? He's lying. Oh, you bet I am. Huh? Or am I? Can we strap a rocket to this man and blast him into the sun already? Fucking God. Maybe I did tell, maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off the roof. I admitted that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today, I swear. Huh. Well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. But who knew it was you who made it fall? And the president died from being crushed, was it? Alright, well that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like, and so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. Oh, I'm gonna counter all that. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winter. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who said old Torosaurus' noggin have fallen, It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead, no doubt about it. And what was the motive behind the murder? The little truth I shared, just like I said. Get it? The truth. That thing you're so fond of, that's what caused the murder here, not me.
That's not possible.
Oh, is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy. Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter?
Curse you.
Just as I thought. Admit it, you're all the same. You, Winter, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs. No, I mean, sometimes some people, no, that's not true. Kinda. Well, if you're not gonna make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself.
Once I tell them the kid here's a murderer, maybe then they'll finally do something. We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And yet you still want to prolong the agony? Well, as long as you know what you're doing. Oh. He's not holding back. What? Did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line, too? Hey, Mazzarino. How about a hug? Take a deep breath for me, would you? Why would I do that, Fender? Because it's times like these, you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles, remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not, but rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? 50% of your bar? Gotcha. A turnabout in thinking? Like my dad. Forgive the interruption, just my 2 cents worth. Or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era. He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on that balloon? He was a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No, there were no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. In which case... surely not. You're about ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for. My whole brain. This is gonna be tricky. I have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. I don't know what Miles' theory is. Like, did he hold Saint at gunpoint? I don't know. I'm gonna safety save. So I don't explode. You know, I'm a hands-off kind of guy.
Hold it!
I am glad that I can still press on everything. It was a fun gimmick in theory, but I found it more frustrating when they did the whole, hey, if you press on the wrong thing, you explode. It's like, but that's how I learn things. I'm just glad it hasn't come back. Like a one-time experiment, I'm like, it's fine. But, the strings in question being those of Sean and the president's body double in this case. You seem pretty confident of your abilities in that particular arena. The bar is diegetic? Correct. Is that so weird? I'm an animal tamer, remember? And what's the wildest animal of them all? That's right, humans. There we go. And the pig and a squirrel and a cat, in that order. Didn't take much to get those two dancing to my tune. A little truth here, a little hint of revenge there. Somebody ought to thank me. I did this world a favor. Mr. Edgeworth, he's scaring me. Don't let him get under your skin, Kay. Well, I have to stay strong. This man sowed the seeds of another's revenge in order to achieve his own. Ugh. He's a misanthrope. The real monsters were humans the whole time, and the Taurosaurus. We will succeed in that duty. Why do people do bad things, huh? Don't they realize it'll just come back to bite them in the end? That was the case with Bronco, with Winter.
Hold it!
And so you insist that you had no direct involvement in any of what occurred. What can I say? I don't like to get my hands dirty. Sure do love to watch the action unfold, though. All those idiots desperately trying to kill one another, and they don't even know I lit the fuse. I love it. Ah, you haven't changed. All you did 12 years ago was watch too. You're talking about the whole SS5 thing? Hee. Stop it. Your poor papa, scrabbling around for answers and finding nothing. Shucks. What do they call that again? Oh yeah, rank incompetence. How dare you? Agent Lang, please. You don't know the half of it, you damn clown. Your father may not have closed out the case, not publicly anyway, but it was thanks to his work that we are standing right here, right now. Sorry to butt in, Miles. But your little pep talk isn't gonna magically solve this case. Now, I know you have your theories. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? But it's the only way he could have gotten down from the roof in the building. Gotten down from the roof of that building. All right, let's game this one out, shall we? Suppose I took them down to the ground like you said. What's wrong with doing that? You admit it, you did take him on your balloon.
Objection.
You're really obsessing over this one little detail. This isn't like you, Miles. And how do you think it went down? He held me at gunpoint and said, show me the city at night? Not, I can show you the world, but you will show me the world. Holding a gun. That's ridiculous and you know it is. Or did you really fail to think this through? You said yourself you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over. You will show me the world. Shiny, shimmering gun threats. Win him over? The man who shot at me? No, no, no. Then you must have put him to sleep and carried him away like you did with me. Very well, let's suppose that to be true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? It's no good. He's just not giving us an opening. Anyway, never mind all that. There are way more interesting things I'd rather talk about. I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head.
Hold it!
Tell me, princess, do you feel lucky, punk? I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by the Torosaurus head. Hee hee, don't tell me you're throwing your own pet theory in the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went to all that trouble to prove the man squished by head hypothesis was true? That may have been my theory at one point, but that was when we thought the head was the only thing that could have crushed him. Why the past tense? That's still your theory, no? It's not like you have anything else right now. The president's body double is crushed under the falling Torosaurus head. Fact. No! There must be something. Some other piece of evidence that could link this man to the president's death by crushing. Don't you think it's time he gave up, Miles? I don't like watching a struggle like this. We all know who did it. The model head is practically screaming his name. And who said old Torosaurus' noggin a falling?
Hold it!
Sure, Sean was the one who caused the head to fall, that much we know. He even admitted it himself. Fantastic, so we're all in agreement? Well done, everybody, case closed. Sean Fenton killed the fake president, and that's that. Somebody get those cops in here. Not so fast, this case is far from closed. Still scrabbling, huh? Well, alright then, enlighten us, and be quick about it. If you can't, I want to see the kid in handcuffs. Or are you only a stickler about the law when things are going your way? Mr. Edgeworth, what do we do? What do we do? Think, Miles, think. If Mr. Saint killed the president's body double, it would have to have happened while the two of them were together on the roof. So what would he have had to hand? That's the answer that will tell us how he was killed. Isn't the timeline all wrong, though? Because that was 2 nights ago, and his autopsy report said he was killed at 11 p.m. on the 5th, and we're talking about the evening of the 4th. Unless there's another body double. Right? Right? Yeah, 404. 404 at 11. And this is 405 at 11. Unless there's more timey-wimey shenanigans going on. I'm not gonna worry about it. We need to think about how the president died. It's a very particular case. If we assume he was crushed by the Torosaurus head, the whole thing becomes Sean's fault. What if that wasn't what the president was crushed by? Is there something else that could have exerted a similar kind of force? Well, I mean... Yeah, what if it was gonna crush him and instead of dodging out of the way, he shot at it? Which is absurd, because he could have just moved out of the way. But if that's kind of all I got right now. He did a ghost trick on it. That would make sense. Save again? You're right. I mean, I saved before I did all the pressing, and I don't think anything was added, but can't hurt. Even if I'm like, hey, you crushed him with the balloon, what line would I put that on? He possessed the hot air balloon, and then a gust of wind pushed it away. This is what the thing I got that fake president filled my balloon. If he was dead and you were moving the body, but then the timeline doesn't match, so I don't know. I thought it was crushed to death by that model monster head. This is fine. Would it be this line or this line? What's the thing I let the fake president step on my balloon? I thought it was crushed to death by the monster head. What if he was crushed by the balloon?
Objection!
Okay, phew. Why didn't he just move out of the way? I don't think hot air balloons... I mean, if you cut the hot air, it probably would fall reasonably quick, but why would he let a hot air balloon hover directly above his head? Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. Hee hee, did you really just say that, you? I get it, he's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communion with monsters was you.
Sorry, but you must have him mixed up with somebody else. No monster pals here, I'm afraid.
Austin Power Steamroller Seed. Exactly. Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. You can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. He got scared of his own gunshot, like during the fake assassination. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it.
What?
How can we prove it? You're talking about the lion balloon? A quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself. Sorry you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly? You seemed very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, that was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof. Why is the autopsy report wrong then? Am I crazy? It's the wrong day. What is happening? Having been killed by your balloon.
I get it, that thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few hundred pounds, right?
When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose, landing the balloon right on top of him. I hate this case so much. You didn't need to let him ride that balloon, and you didn't need to coerce you into taking him, because what you took away was his dead body.
Objection.
Wait a minute now, Miles. If what you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago, which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It would. Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again, it's written right there. Time of death, April 5th at 11 p.m., clear as day. April 5th? That was yesterday, which means maybe there was a time portal anomaly. It means he died when the Torosaurus head fell off of that roof. All right, Sean, it's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of father would do that? 64, that's the sex number. Nintendo sex number. Very unpopular console. That's not what happened, I already told you. I didn't know who he was until today. Oh, but you did know because I told you myself. Can my theory really have been so wide off the mark? So, wide of the mark. Minor typo detected, get him. I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winter and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed, and by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? And what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto? He even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. Of course, Gusto. I has 7. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. What? Wide of the mark is the correct phrase? Really? Really? Not wide off the mark? Like, I think that is the phrase. Wide of the mark. I guess that makes sense. He went wide of the mark. Yeah, that does make sense. Chad, I was wrong. Get me. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Ghost needed to freeze his body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during the afternoon, subject. Off the mark is more common. Right. But it does make grammatical sense to say wide of the mark. Way off the mark also works, but way of the mark would not. Anyway, it was almost the mark, which means it wasn't the mark. I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall too. How can you say that? He was your father. It's so scary. Miss Lagarde just keeps asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you gonna get me? Please, I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work? He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father? What a joke.
Objection.
Thanks, Management. Welcome back. You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Fates can be strange sometimes, But this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death just as he did. Gusto was a piece of shit, but yeah, that's right. The fucking, I was like, what do you have access to freeze a okay. I threw off the time of death, and how did I do that exactly? I just love that he did this in the most conspicuous fucking mode of transport. A giant inflatable lion hot air balloon flying around town committing murders and crimes. And it's like, this case sucks so bad by hiding the president's body in a very specific place. You had the body right here. At the, was it the dump? Wasn't that where he was? I think so.
Take that!
Wait, no, not the dump. It was next to the dump. The other one. Close, but no, the other one. Langzy says you fucked it up. Yeah, I know. Okay. Was it the depot?
Take that!
It must be because it was near the Coliseum. It's been a minute. You need to keep the body cool somewhere, and you also need somewhere to keep Sean. But who knew that the two were connected? You're talking about the kidnapping again? Why are you bringing that up now? As much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. What? You're saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me? A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless.
Objection.
Shut up! I'm nothing like him. I could never be like him. He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike.
Objection.
Sorry, kiddo. I think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusto have more than a little in common. He even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? Yeah. If that's not a product of your daddy issues, I don't know what is. You don't understand. You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. Or should I say, ee-hee-hee-hee. What now? I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit and the kidnapping. Nothing to do with me.
Objection.
Nonsense. You did it so you could blackmail Judge Gavel. We know for a fact you were involved.
Objection.
You're a real danger to be around. You know that, Miles? What aren't you going to accuse me of? But it changes nothing. You still don't have any proof of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything. Oh, wait, or are you planning on maybe fabricating some, taking a leaf out of the old Winter playbook? Never. I would never do that. I can't let myself rise to the provocation. What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that. But only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? Yeah, he's gonna bring up extraterritoriality. Why I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. Lagarde winner, and now you. None of you can touch me. This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we can do? When's our Deus Ex Machina gonna get here? Weren't we like, hey, only that person could help us? And then we didn't say who it was? Everything points to this man being our culprit. Maybe it's Gumshoe with the steel chair. We need evidence, even just one piece. All right, it's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event, though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free if you finally admit defeat. We need to find the One Piece stat. Hold it. Who was that? Yeah! Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Here's the steel chair you ordered. Bonk. Do we have any evidence? Nope, but I bonked him on the head. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Gummy, where have you been? I've been doing my job just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me. And Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report?
Kept you waiting, huh, pal? I had them look into a few things real quick, sir, about the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. It was registered to the Very Big Circus. Just like you said. Ha ha, and there it is, just in the nick of time.
Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint, must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit? A valid question, I suppose. But we're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Barry? We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals, but I don't know where it is. I leave all that to Simeon. He's so good at that kind of thing.
You fool!
Simeon, you're scaring me. Such a shame, but rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead. But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you'd known you were up against the great thief and an even greater detective. Is everything all right? You're looking a little pale. Nice. Yeah, don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am. Perhaps you could enlighten us? You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. You're that fake... And I know you don't, because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is.
Oh, we're back. What?
If Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did, there should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. I mean, first of all, when he smooshed the flowers, wouldn't the flowers be mashed up onto the bottom of there? Would there be traces of that on the balloon?
Take that!
Okay, good. Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. The balloon again? You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find? We expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? My badge. If there's truth to be found that he'll find it, he's a hero of justice.
He sure is. We'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of way tighter spots than this one.
What they said. We believe in you, Miles Areno. My Yatagrasu badge. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is. Gregory. He sure did love his film noir movies. Just stay calm and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away. The president's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man. The last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we find on the balloon if he uses to crush the president? The flowers!
Take that!
When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child. A popular flower back in Zhengfa. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that'll be rotting at the dump by now? A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away? So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. Yeah, that's got nothing to do with any of this. Ignore him, Sean. Drink your milk. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The president held on to them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about? The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find? No, you don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow.
Objection!
And not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint.
But, am I wrong?
Yeah? I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind. Leave it to me. All right, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? It played the jingle. That means those flowers are Miles' fingerprints. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. I thought it was not visible to the naked eye. Okay. It's from the same flowers. It shouldn't take more than if it's from the same flowers, it shouldn't take more than another quick test to prove it. It did stand out pretty much the entire case that there was no yellow substance on the cow head that fell off the building. So there we have it, Torosaurus. You murdered the president, and this this murder you carried out yourself. Use the flower luminol. How could this? No. I hate this picture so much. You crushed the president with that balloon. I'm so tired, chat. I'm so fucking tired. Next for the hydrate. Kaboom! Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. But why? Why go to the trouble of removing the body? Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening. Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder. Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it. He couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right? Indeed not. So while returning to the big building to drop the body off again the following night, he must have observed the fire Sean caused and the Torosaurus head falling as a result. So it's just complete happenstance that he was flying by, saw this bullshit at the film set and went, oh, let me land my balloon here and fuck around. That's what gave you the idea to frame Sean for the murder. God. You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward. In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the balloon to the lot below. And it just happened to have monster footprints there, which, God. And while he was dangling from the rope you used, he was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. That's him being hanging by a rope? Come on. No, how did you? How did you see through it all? How? I guess. You manipulated people and you manipulated this case just as you manipulate animals on the stage. It's a video, not a photo. It should be so obvious. You thought you were all powerful, but your reign is at an end. The animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Money's pissed. Oh, Money's pissed at him. They thought you were their friend, but you're not. They're sad and mad at the same time. They're smad. Look, that's them being mad. Look, stop looking at me like that. Go, monkey attack. They're gonna get you. Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. Get his ass. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. I don't get away from me. Get away from me. Leave me alone. Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. I'm not the bad one. They are. Why, Bronco? Why'd you stop me from going to see my dad? If only none of them did what they did, I wouldn't have had to. I wouldn't have had to. No. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone with nobody to help me. But that man, he helped me. Canis was the only one who ever helped me, so what if I used people? I had to. Is that so wrong? Leave me alone! Oh! Dead. 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 Well, it seems the game is up at last. Oh, that's the person we called? The killer? Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you? You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I'm free to... What? I hate this game so much. I'm so tired. What do you mean? What do you mean? Ugh, what do you mean? No. Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? Why? God damn it. Aren't we surrounded by cops? Aren't there a million people here? Okay, I don't have a gun. Please, not only are you carrying one, you are just about to draw it. He called Gumshoe? I thought we were reaching out to someone. I don't know. He must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied to about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one's opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. Brr. Give sheltering Sean, yeah. But that was not your true crime, no. Thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you are about to pay. No! We're about to witness a murder? Oh. Assassin fight! You! It's been a while, the killer. This is peak, like, soap opera shit right now. Step aside, Canis. That man is my target. I would politely ask that you call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. Clown court is real. And if I refuse, let us just say I might not take the loss of the one life that I ever saved too well. You save a life, Bodhidharma Canis, the blind butcher himself? Preposterous, I know. But yes, I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one, that of an innocent young pup. And he in his turn saved mine, something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like, I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. Just guess with the assassin Yowie. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live. Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you. Okay, goodbye. Thank you, I'm in your debt. You need not thank me. Are they not? Just arrest everybody. What are we doing? I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. No, get back here. Thought that was a gunshot. I bid you good day, Dad. Just his sprite sideways on the ground. You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needed to be shown the error of his ways, and you have done just that. All right, I suppose we better get getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits. Doesn't it terrible? Yes, it does. Hold it. Oh, hello. You killed my dad, didn't you, old man? I will not lie, I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. But I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup. In that case... Sean, no! You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Oh, this is fucked. Take it and cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway. He is a child. I don't care if he's 13 or whatever. I want revenge. I want it so badly. Sean, don't do it! Please, Sean, I beg of you. At least, I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took. Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good, trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out, numbs it. Maybe it does, and listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted. Sean! But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does that help anybody else? If I become a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so would all the people I work with. They're counting on me, and they worry about me. Thoughtful words indeed, little one. Yeah, well, I get it now. I will never forgive you, but I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom, the prosecutor, people like that. Sean. Wow. You may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be. I would have stabbed him right then and there. You could at least consider trying to better yourself, Kay. Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way with me, young pup. On our way? To where? Where else? To the prison. Our home. Our home? I mean, he's got to stand trial. Okay. And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do. Go home to my husband. Oh. Back here? Oh, my badge! We have a choice to make. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth. What's the big idea, big guy? Want to tell us what we're doing here? We just need to do a from the Clue movie. I'm going home to have sex with my wife. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth. Your request has been processed and approved. Huh? Your what now? I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated. Very good bit. Your badge? What is the meaning of this? I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer. I still can't believe you did that for me. A certain man once said that to be an attorney is to be a defendant's most trusted ally, and that by believing in your client, the truth will make itself known. That man's image has been forever burned into my memory. If I could just remember what he looked like, as strongly as the vision of my father fighting in the courtroom. Good old Gregory. And this other guy you're talking about who won't be named. But that's his and my father's path. Mine lies elsewhere. Mr. Edgeworth. My path is that of the prosecutor, and always was. Well, I guess that's that. I'm sorry. No, I dig it. And besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up. It is. Alrighty then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members. I understand. Hey, Mouster. Care to tell me why, at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on? You once asked me something, Fender. Are you gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. I've been thinking about that question ever since, about how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm gonna help people as a prosecutor. What? But that's the opposite. But can't you also do that as an attorney? Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. They can do that? He lost his only parents all those years ago, and with him, his ability to believe in a just world. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you, to lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. To fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty, so I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. Show me him! Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. That man. Show me the boy! But I doubt even you imagine that the body double would ever go so far as to call up our country's police. No, I sure didn't, and as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever gonna stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. Lagarde almost got away with it again. Hey, Eustace is my god savior. Yeah, welcome. I want to help people like him. And how do you plan to do that? We haven't seen Eustace once today. If he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened. Chairman Winter made a mockery of justice, and in doing so, drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions. You can say that again. It's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I think perhaps they could have. Thanks, Alice. How many times have I said contradiction over the course of all these games? I plan to take up my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn. Bring it in. Very Mauserino. I like it. You know, it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself, that's lawyering on hard mode. I understand that, but somebody has to do it. Oh, I don't doubt that. And if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change. Adapt or perish, am I right? You're gonna smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutoring again. Prosecutoring? You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a great big cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He'd be proud as all get out. Fender, thank you. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway. Please. There's a ceremony? Just handing him his badge back? By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby, in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law. Put back in my organizer. Yay, put it in my pocket. You're a prosecutor again. There it is. Yeah. This badge is designed to reflect the relentless because of the authority of the street where's but yeah. To wear this to identify myself as a prosecutor, but I have no interest in doing so. At this moment. This is really funny. Yeah, number one's back. Numbers. Feh. Alright.
Best news I've heard all week, sir.
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I got a scoop. Your pops is gonna want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time. Thank you again, Fender, for everything. Don't thank me yet. Next time you see me, could be across a courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle. I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. Hope that day comes very soon. Alrighty, Fender out. Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Judge Gavel. I owe you more than I can say. You do? You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed. Not at all. I was never truly alone. That's right, you had the Goddess of Justice on your side. Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflicted the law and to overcome them. And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve. I'll look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon. As will I. You did not see the best of me when last I oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality. Judge Gavel. I don't mean to call your motivation into question. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. But to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then, when all is said and done, they talk about their grandchild for a really long time. And they pass down a judgment based in that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me, this is my opinion, nothing more. You are right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights. Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winter. Someone else was with me, someone other than the goddess. Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them, for Sean's sake more than anyone's. Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died. So you see, there is something more important even to me than the words of the goddess. Though it may anger her to hear me say such things. So that was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection, but I must grow. As a servant of the law and as a mother. That I believe above all else. I see. It seems that we both have plenty still to learn. Indeed, we are neither of us perfect, yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths and continue to grow as we tread them, until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey. Alright. I thought we would learn a little bit about why she's so obsessed with the goddess of justice, but I guess that's just how she is. I lost the title of prosecutor, but now I've regained it, and in so doing, I have a new way forward, a new path for justice. I'm determined to follow that path until it leads me to the truth. No matter how hard it might be, no matter what obstacles might arise, woe betide anybody who stands in my way, for whatever they may be, whatever they might say, I will lift up my voice and shout.
Objection!
Objection! Why was that so fast? Yeah! We did it, okay. That's case 6, yeah. We did it! Like father, like son. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. For better and for worse. So Chief, what kind of scoop we looking to land ourselves next, huh? Did I teach you nothing, knucklehead? We're journalists, dang it. Leads are our stock and trade, our bread and butter. You don't just hand that stuff over, not even to your danged apprentice. Sorry, Chief. Guess I still got a whole bunch to learn, huh? Well, all right then. Better go track down some leads my own self. That's the spirit. Go get 'em, champ. Before you mosey on down the way, mind, sharing what kind of leads them their leads might be? Huh? But, Chief, you... Come on, I'm pretty much your editor, ain't I? Can't hold out on the boss. Ooh, come on, Chief, that's cold. I'm glad Tabby wasn't actually the mastermind, because I was like, she's got a red hoodie. And that was a red herring before, but maybe it's an actual herring now. Well... Almost got her. God, I'm glad. I couldn't handle it. Old back coming back again. My arm wound has yet to fully heal, even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. But never mind that now. Time to return to the life of a simple ice cream seller. Although I have been thinking that perhaps crepes would be more my speed. Well, no rush. I'm sure there'll be time to ponder the matter before my next job comes in. I'm glad he got his happy ending. Well, doesn't wipe off like that. Don't worry about it. Well. Sure, you might have knocked me on my butt, wise guy, but I ain't out for the count just yet. I'll be keeping my guard up and looking for an opening. We gotta get out of this dump yet. Ain't that right, Teddy? The second the bell rings for the next round of escape shenanigans, we'll come out swinging. Till then, it's training, and more training. Hey, Mr. Stream. Yeah. Never again. You want to know if I'm still planning on becoming an animal stylist? Sure, I'm still studying every single day. Still up to my elbows in mud. But I guess it suits me better than being a newspaper salesman. I plan to make it my new career when I finally get out of here. What's that? Is my release a few more years away? Now? Because I helped warden the guard? God damn it! Ha! Why do you think I'm being so nice to these stupid freaking animals? I don't care about the freaking license. I want to get out of here. Why me? Good. Great. Yeah, we need Mo to show up. That would really... The entire time, Miles is like, oh, then that guy came into my life. Whips across the courtroom, it's just Mo over there. I was so shocked when I learned what Simeon had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still, can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. The show must go on. We can't let the magic department and the ventriloquy department get the better of us. We'll light up that stage and blow away the competition and all those awful memories with it. What did I miss? Why am I in handcuffs? It was you. This circus can fit so many murderers in it. I must have gotten soft in my old age, haven't I, boy? Yes, I have. 18 years ago, I saved the life of the troublesome child is still keeping me busy to this day. And now here we are, back in a cage. Well, we'll have company soon at least, won't we, boy? Yes, our friend the pup. Things certainly won't be dull with him around. No, they won't. He's probably just fine. Oh yeah, these two. And she's in this. What dessert shall we eat? Chocolate cake, sticky and sweet. Oh, so soft, fluffy, and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight. I'll always be waiting for you, Judy, and I'll come visit you every day, just like you and Eddie did when I was in here. We have so much to thank him and Mr. Edgeworth for. Most of all, the fact that I get to eat your delicious desserts again, Samson. And not just you, they gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone here. I guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all these years is finally paying off. Yippee. A lot of people say, sorry. Here. Oh, hello, sweeties. Fancy seeing you here. You! I owe a great big thank you, you know. And dear old Greggy Peg Leg, too, of course. After all, it's thanks to all of you that I can eat Sammy Poople sweets again. I'm even thinking of making a lovely medicine out of them. I'm gonna call it Snacker's Delight. It makes your stomach so small you can only eat snacks. So you can get skinny as a tent peg and love every minute. I'm gonna make a fortune. How old are you? She's guilty of some murder somewhere. We just haven't had the... Oh, no. Man, I've met so many beautiful people now and drawn so many beautiful sketches. Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work, though. She took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam! Just like that. And, then she left. Guess that's one less beautiful person in my life now. So I've got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my art or follow my heart? By heart, I mean new girlfriend. You got that right? You got that right? Yeah. Good. If something stinks, it's fucking Larry. It's fucking Larry. Detective Bad. Badster, the Badinator. Seriously, though. Thanks for the assist today, good buddy. You want me to talk about IS-7? I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work. Yeah, Miles Reno chose a different path from his old man in the end. A path that means we can't work together, but that won't stop me looking in on him from time to time. You've come pretty far yourself. Holy macaroni, a compliment from Big Bad Detective Bad. Am I dreaming? Oh, flattery will get you everywhere, old pal. You ever need a little Fender magic? Just say the word. Now kiss. He complimented him. That means he likes him. Eat your notes, Fender. Don't go back. Looks like they'll be letting me off a little easier than I thought for what I did. I guess because I told them I was kind of forced to do it. Alright, yeah. Ow! Why they're not in prison? That's why. Ain't no such thing as easy when it comes to crime, dang fool child. Yeah, sure, why not? Sorry, Graham, I still feel awful about it, of course. But I'm just so glad I get to stay out here with you. Yeah, alright. What's that? You think we should be getting back to work? Probably. I guess you're right. Can't keep the dead waiting. They should be in either prison or in the hospital working it, but it's fine. Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing I happen to be around, right? Even if I do have to jump right back on a plane again and go back to Europe. Oh, all this flying around is gonna get tiring. Still, it's all part of becoming a first-class forensics investigator. Guess I better get going. Here I go. Oh, but if you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running, you know I will. Goodbye. See you in 7 years, Emma. Take some snackoos. Oh, snackoos. Just you wait. Just you wait. The greater one's father, the greater the pressure to be great. But Eustace Winner, was it? He has chosen his own path now, and he will be tested. Eustace reference, just as I was. Miles Edgeworth chose to live as a prosecutor over how his own father lived. That, too, is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with. Why was she telling the mannequin? Yeah. Doing forensics testing on a dummy. Recommend this before Ace 34? Yeah, that makes sense. It does kind of set it up for, then you pick it up from there. My father hid a secret burden I could have only imagined. I thought only my family name. He thought of so much more. He thought of our entire nation. I mean, to carry on that legacy to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter, even if the real president is long dead. Uh-huh. How are things going back in Zhengfa? Even if it takes all my effort and my men, Zhengfa will rise again. I can't wait for you to see it. I like how they're like, if this came out, Zhengfa would be plunged into chaos and we have no payoff for whatever. Just, they're fine. They'll figure it out. I gave up on the whole the winner thing. Told everybody stop calling me that. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm going to start again from scratch. I won't let what he did ruin everything. I'm pretty soon I'll be better than him and better than Edgeworth, so watch out. Now, first order of business, get a new nickname. The best. Bath made soup. I'm plotting. Well, it was eventful to say the least, but we got it done, and the movie's going down great. I think the murder stories in the gossip magazines might have helped. Big bad man emerges from Big Bad Bull. Revealed true face of monster behind Zhengfa president murder plot. Huh? Wait, is this a picture of you, Mr. Powers? What? But why? Hey, it's not so bad. After all, to make people come and see the movie, right? But yeah, I guess. Ugh. Hey, she's just called. It's really weird that of all the side characters to come back, she's just the assistant. I very much enjoyed the movie, Sean. Sean! It's nothing. Wasn't even a big part. The boy who befriended both Torosaurus and Gordy, they don't come any bigger than that. And it was a role you were born to play. You think? Well, it would be cool to be in the sequel, I guess. And I kind of like acting. Hey, can we pick something up before we head back? I wanted to get some lion lilies for my dad. Of course, and I will buy some too, for Amelie. Oh. 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 Anyway, what a crazy week it's been. It's been like 4 days, right? This entire game. Ooh. Well, hold on. It's been like 2 weeks since start. Okay, this is the first game, right? But this game, it started on like April 2nd or something. Ooh. Months between cases. Oh yeah. Ugh. Okay. Phew. Been a busy few days, huh, sir? Unbelievably so. How did so many important cases all come along at once? There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way. It's not even close. Wait, so all that stuff happened because of you? No, Gummy, how could you say that? And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Well, okay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice? Yeah, good question. What? You're not sure? How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? We gotta wrap it up. Everyone else has wrestled with their father in some way in this game. Except for Gumshoe. Trying to become a great thief, just like he was. The Yatagarasu. Or a Yatagarasu, at least. I don't care about the rest of the games, they don't have Eustace. That's fair. But watching how this is all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it got me thinking, maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate. She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade. I'm gonna be my own hero. That sounds like an admirable plan indeed. I won't be giving up the name, though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right? Whatever name you pick, you'll always be K to us, K, and you'll always be a hero. Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too. You bet I will, and I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. So I'll be counting on you, sir. Yes, and I'll be counting on you, too, detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days, you've helped us out too many times to mention. I think your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise. Huh? Huh? Wait, you mean... What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more, Detective.
You will? This is unbelievable, sir.
No way! Go Gummy!
It's like a dream come true. I can finally leave the instant noodle life behind.
But don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got. Just you wait and see.
Let's go. Salary restored. Dark Souls text. Fender and Judge Gavel set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path at whose end lies the ultimate truth. He can pay someone else to cut the confetti. Can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy, nonetheless. Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone. Someone else was with me, someone other than the goddess. Sean! I remember, I was just here. The strength of my bonds. Oh, I almost forgot. What is it? I was trying to find other members from my Yatagarasu team, right? I do vaguely remember something like that. I never even found a single one. We were gonna be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream.
You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it.
Oh yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all. I can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case.
As long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path and a new me. I might get glasses. I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different. But they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because, of course, both end at the truth. Oh, yeah. Nice. Yippee. We did it. We did it. Yippee. Fiend. We've done it. We defeated everything. We exploded the case. Christ. Pop, we proud. Square Man and his dad. God. What a doozy. I'm not lying when I say that everything after the reveal of Simeon was just a fucking train wreck. In like a positive way. But everything up to that point was really solid, and then it went to crazy town. But it was fun. I still enjoyed it. Thank you so much for playing Edgeworth's game. Yeah. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for chatting. That is all of Ace Attorney done except for the Great Ace games, which is wild. Everything with the balloon is stupid. It stretches the realm of possibility and reality so much. So, as always, it's gonna probably be a little bit before I pick up another one of these. I like to take a break between them. We look a little bit at the gallery. I peeked a little bit at it earlier. Fave kiss to carry. I don't know. Accolades. What did I not? Whatever. I don't want to spend too much time looking through all this. This is just the like. I think you mean. Yeah, this. I saw this and I was like, oh, there's probably spoilers in here, so I didn't keep looking. But yeah, it's good. It's fun. Yeah, yeah. This is everything for the two games together, but yeah. I prefer case 4 to 5. I really liked every case in this game. There were just moments. I zoom in. I'm assuming this is like the artist being like how he feels about each color. I can't read this, so I don't know. Like that one's cool. That one he's got a scar on his nose. That's fun. Anyway, yeah. Oh my god. That's Verity Gavel as the Guildmarm from Monster Hunter 4. That's just what that is. Anyway, yeah. If you want to look at all these yourself and zoom in, oh, you should buy Ace Attorney Collections or something. Oh my god, he was gonna have a cube! He could have had a cube! We were robbed. Holy shit. That's a lot. Yeah, look at him, cubed up. He was so cool. They made him more pathetic, which is good. Oh my god. I really like the little doodles from the artist, like, okay. Yeah. Customer shows the Gumshoe always wore a suit jacket on his coat. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I mean, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Yeah. And he was younger. Good. He's in his underwear for some reason. That's fine. And his dad. All right. Anyway. There's all these. There's a million of these. Just gonna rapid fire. Go through them. Wait, huh? Why do they love to draw these dudes half naked in their concept art? But what if he was in his underwear? This is rad. Shit. Look at that. Why not? The power of the Yowie. The old man Yowie. Yeah. Why is he like... Looks like the concept art for Big Boss from MGS4. Anyway, that's good. That's fine. No concepts for him. Concepts for him. Do that. Just that. Doing that. Yeah. Yeah. Them. They're back. He's doing stuff. Anyway, this was good. I mean, I talked about it before how people, when I was playing through the original games, I was just like, I'm just gonna stick to the mainline entry games. People were like, oh, the Investigations is good, especially 2. And I was like, well, I don't know. It's not officially released. I'd have to mess with fan translation stuff, and it's not the end of the world. I've done it before. I streamed Mother 3 even, so I'm not opposed to it. I was just like, well, I don't know if it's worth it. And then they released this collection. I was like, well, fuck, I guess. And yes, I think overall I did enjoy 2 more than 1. I think a lot of the things it just did, the structure of it, the pacing, just a little bit better. But 1 walks this game could briskly walk. I quite enjoyed the 2 of them. A lot of very fun stuff and a lot of great moments in it. It doesn't feel like a spin-off without consequence. The fact that they managed to tie it really directly into Miles' growth as a character and just reinforce, like, here's what sent him onto the path of, I mean, we already knew, we saw his path, right? But it oh my god. It's really good. Oh, the multiple nipples was really, really good touch there. Yeah. Rarg. This same fucking dude just keeps showing up. Oh, god. It's that damn smile. Look, straight out Twewy. Yeah. Oh, this one. Yeah. No, yeah, I see it. Very Twewy. This fuck. Yeah, you know, it's a good thing I didn't look at this until now. I looked at the earlier art and then I stopped. I would have been like, huh? How come there's an evil clown mode of him? Not playing against them. I know. Well, I wasn't planning to play them all, and also I really didn't want to set up an expectation. I didn't want to play one game and then just have people come into my chat forever being like, when are you gonna do the rest of them? If I decided I didn't want to for whatever reason. But y'all kept I don't know, I enjoy streaming them. This is a really good face. But yeah, I would not still be streaming all these history games if I didn't enjoy streaming them. And that's not just I enjoy playing them, because they're games that I enjoy playing that I don't like to stream for various reasons. But you all make it a lot of fun. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, look at him. Let him go. The scrolls. Little pearl there. Nice. Fun little concepts. Yeah, anyway. Cool. I guess he does have a suit on, huh? Just never noticed. He is wearing a suit jacket. It's not just the shirt. But I had fun. Yeah, I had a good time. And at some point, we will indeed... Yeah, this is just like promotional art stuff. I remember seeing this before. Good. Anyway, he can afford a suit. It's his one and only suit. But yeah, at some point, we will return. And I'm very excited for Greatest Attorney. It's going to be a little bit, probably. Watch Miles the Dog Show want to get more time? No. I mean, you just watch it in your own time. Yeah, I'm gonna get caught up and wrapped up, but we did it, and it didn't take like 8 hours. The way that case was going, I was like, oh my god, I might have to do another stream of this. but we'll see. Gotta finish Great Ace 2. You have plenty of time, because I have a while before I'll do Great Ace 1, at the very least, so. And then get this trip sit. Trip sit is a great way to put it. But yeah, it was good. It was a fun time. Thanks. Yeah, if you're gonna play Great Ace before I do, this is your warning. That's next up. It just might not even happen until next year. Well, no, maybe. Probably will be a little bit though. Yeah. Ansa just finished. Oh, she finally finished it. Hell yeah. Hope it was a good time. Now I can go back to watching Ansa streams, because it felt like every time I would join, they were playing Great Ace. They're like, get out of here. I'm like, okay. I don't remember anything I saw, so that's fine. Yeah, I've heard good things about Great Ace 1 and 2, so I'm very excited to eventually get to them, but this was a lot of fun. Thanks so much. Real quick, Ed, thanks for 50 months. Ozul, thank you for the bits. What did you do, Sean? Sarsum, thanks for 38 months. Ozul, thank you for all those bits. The worst people in the game. Mm-hmm. Take for to play games, that's why I got a haul ass. Yeah. Well, get going. Next year's 2 months from now. Exactly. Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like looking at there's not a whole lot of calendar left. The JC, thank you for the bits as well. Ozul, thanks for all the bits. Flutter Ninja Sucks, thanks for 74 months. Hope you're enjoying this game. I quite enjoyed it. As always, there's always little things along the way where I'm like this and that. Monkey do. 7.5 years. Squid for Brains, thank you for 90 months. Thank you so much. Love seeing that monkey do. What that monkey do? Thank you. Yeah, there's always just like the weird, like, either I got the poo brain, which always happens in these games. Sometimes I feel justified. I want to say it's like a third of the time I feel justified being like, I think this could have been set up better or designed better, or maybe the translation was a little bit off. 2/3 of the time, like, I think poo brain's likely the culprit here. Just my brain is mush while I'm streaming. So the fact that I'm able to sometimes know what the game wants is a small miracle, and we should be grateful for that. But I appreciate all the help and hints and advice and etc. along the way. It's really fun to play through these with chat. So thanks, chat. You're great. Dan with the raid earlier. Goswolfing, thanks for 20 bob. It's VBot, thanks for 35 months. This is my circus and the monkeys are mine. JC, thanks for the bits. Innocent person thing to say. Normal innocent person thing to say. Letter Owlus, thanks for 2 months. Thanks for the prime. Cold Salad, thanks for 75 months. Al Azul, thank you again. Developers recognized Alba 1 for too long. Yeah. Argento Natsu, thanks for 64 months. Funny number. Smashman, thanks for 67 months and a tier 2. 6'7" is a meme. According to Wikipedia, became popular on TikTok and Instagram Reels thanks to a song called Doot Doot 6'7", being played over videos of basketball players 6'7" tall or something. I googled 6'7", that's what came up. I have heard that 6'7" was a thing, but I didn't have any context for it, and I said I'm not the target audience for this. It's a thing that young people are doing on TikTok. The less I know, the better. But yeah, happy 6'7". Thank you. Atlas, thanks for 2 years. JC, thanks for the bits. It's VBot, thank you for the bits as well. I'm not saying Gumshoe getting a raise made me cry. I'm also asking you left this bowl of onions here. It's all the onions that we were peeling earlier. Darkrock, thanks for 59. Congrats to finishing all the modern day Ace Attorneys. Been watching since Ghost Trick. Can't believe there are only 2 games left for you to play. Looking forward to when you get to Great Ace Attorney. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'm excited to get there. And again, as soon as I get there, that's when they'll announce, hey, here's Ace Attorney 7, it's out, or here's release date. So they're just waiting on me to get caught up. Capcom's really cool like that. JC, thanks for 100 bits. Great Ace Attorney on Tuesday, right? Yeah, no, next stream. We're doing great. No, it's gonna be a little bit. Squid for Brains, thanks for 90. Monkey Doo, thank you so much. Thank you. Enjoy the candy corngle. Enjoy the bar. Pump it up. And happy whatever the hell. I'm gonna wrap up and kick y'all out of here. Thanks for watching, hanging, chatting, and everything. Appreciate it. I'm gonna go send you out to somebody who's streaming a video game. And I'll be back on Tuesday. How was I gonna do it? I know, I gotta keep it going. Old man toxic murder, yeah, we how's about we raid a Will? Shriveling fire. Will is doing a speed run of a Final Fantasy 14 thing. The title says hopefully under 20 hours this time, and he's about 10 hours in. So I don't know what's happening. But Final Fantasy 14 speedruns are happening. With Bryce and Robot. So Haven't missed it. Eggs is eggs. Eggs is eggs. Considering Rome Reborn. Gotcha. Well, shit. Hope you go cheer them on. Whatever they're doing. Eggs is eggs. You want an eggs is eggs raid? You know I'm always down for an eggs is eggs raid. It's good. They're long. I bet. I mean, it's not meant to be a quick game. Thanks again. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the everything. Yeah. Take care. End of an era. Done with Ace Attorney Modern Day. It's been a while since I started the first one, so it's crazy. But it's been a lot of fun, and we're not done. We got 2 more to go, so maybe save for that. And in the meantime, I'll have other games I'm playing, and maybe I'll get back to that stupid YouTube video that I'm supposed to be working on. I kind of got a little bit distracted, but I'm planning on getting back to that soon on stream. Go talk about eggs. Have a good one. Thanks for egg stream. Yeah, and take care. Have a good one. I'm gonna set off the raid. Goodbye. Get the hell out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Shoo. Shoo. Get out of here. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. Hope you've enjoyed Ace Attorney Investigations Collection. We did it. We're done. Hope it was fun. Have a good one. Goodbye. Ah!